I love to do just what I want. Do it when you say I won't. Now come and watch me move it. I promise I'ma make you lose it. Looking at me, now come get it. Like what you see, then you got good vision. Boy, this beat hits so different. Let me show you what you've been missing.
And coming from the draft trenches to fill in for having to check crewman
44.
Filling in for the beloved crewman 44 who is under the weather. I am slightly above the weather personally. I was feeling sick earlier this week. Now I'm feeling pretty solid for myself. And of course, we've got Go for Eno here as well. How are you feeling tonight? First week of playoffs.
Yeah, should be exciting one here as we've kind of gone through the bans already. Nothing too surprising here. The Nami definitely targeted ban here. And the Ashe pile, that is interesting here. I mean, Ashe definitely up there for the 80 carries in the meta right now, but that's something we typically see locked in the B1 slot, but still solid. Gives you a lot of CC.
Yeah, it's not too surprising for we see it a lot in draft too, where you get your 80 carries and you basically trade B1, R1, 82, 80 carries. The Spire looking to secure a very solid blind mid-jungle duo here with the Ahri and Xin Zhao. A very flexible champions, work in a bunch of different game styles and very balanced. So not really revealing too much off of these two picks from the Spire here. Meanwhile, we have the Pantheon getting locked in. And the Syndra, Pantheon has been flexed in a couple of different roles recently, but Syndra is going to be that response to the Ahri.
Yeah, just have some scaling into the Ahri in the mid lane. You land one Scout of the Week, and you can typically follow it up with a lot of damage. Of course, Syndra is more of a scaling champion, so it does take a bit of time to get online to maybe fully one-tap that Ahri. Either way, though, locking in with the Pantheon as well, as you touched on here, Becky, like, it does have quite a bit of flexes. It's been leaning a bit more towards the jungle here. I don't know how well it's going to match into the into the Xin Zhao, of course, because Xin Zhao kind of the king of early duels in the jungle, or at least the star standard when it comes to the bar set for that.
Yeah, it looks like a pick was either delayed or Seraphine. Okay, so the Seraphine was picked, and they're going to be banning something else here. Seraphine, very big on the patch. My understanding is that she's a pretty good champion, but also a champion that does not really reveal a whole lot in terms of just sticking to a very balanced style of the game, not really looking to overpower the early or late game, but just go throughout the game. And that could end up getting outscaled with something like the Syndra, who is a very threatening champion in the late stages once she gets everything online, several items, and all the juice needed to obliterate, using the counterplay button, a single gamer.
Yeah, and the Seraphine, of course, can be flexed to either role in the bot lane here. If it is the carry Seraphine, of course, well, the bot lane carry Seraphine, do have to worry. You are going to need some form of carrying the top side. You don't want your damage to be Xin Zhao plus Ahri here for the late game. But, yeah, just getting through the picks here. Blitzcrank, a very common ban we see when you lock into Seraphine or any other enchanter, really. They just do not like hook supports because they like being by their carry. They're also very squishy, so if you hook them, they typically get blown up pretty damn fast.
Yeah, so the Blitz ban, obviously gonna work well there. There are still definitely other potential, if the Pantheon ends up jungle and they want to get something aggressive on support, there is still Nautilus, not super popular recently, but still a decent option. I've seen, could see, I doubt Thresh is in the cards, but not necessarily impossible. I'm trying to think of what would really go well with Ashe here. The Tristana will get picked up, and that indicates that Seraphine is the support paired with the Tristana AD carry. Unless they're doing some shenanigans with bot lane Ahri, that would surprise me. But I'm not going to count it out. Never count anything out. I believe in the players, the magic that they've got in their hands. I was thinking Braum. Braum would be a decent pairing for Ashe. Freljord duo, you get the synergy there. Increased freeze chance when you have the two paired up.
Yeah, two Freljord champions here in the bot lane. It does kind of confirm that is most likely Pantheon jungle. We don't see too much of the Pantheon top here. It's definitely pickable, but it's it feels a bit similar to the Wukong top, where it's like, it's pickable, but mostly
why?
going with that jungle. Yeah,
it's pickable, but why would you send him there? He's better in jungle. Unless you're trying to escape something horrendous in the jungle, like if there was like a 95-5 matchup where Pantheon just turbo loses, maybe you send him top, but we're not seeing that. I don't even know if it exists. Set will be the lock-in here for the top lane, and the response to that will be Volibear. Two pretty stat-checky champions, and two pretty good frontliners, rounding out both of these team comps, and honestly, coming from Draft League, where anything is possible, much to my horror, anything is possible in draft. These are both very standard compositions. It's very refreshing, I gotta say. I don't really have much to say in terms of missed drafts. I think they're both very standard and solid.
Yeah. The one thing I might have some issue with is the Seraphine with the Tristana in the bot lane, because Tristana is an AD carry who absolutely loves the level 2 all-in, and Seraphine, I mean, you pick it with like an engaged support or some form of support that can go in with you. The Seraphine, of course, not really diving into the enemy team, can follow up with the E to try and get a root on down. Can, of course, heal you, and the utility will be nice for later in the team fights. Granted, I don't know how much you're going to want to be hopping in this laning phase, because rocket jumping into a Braum is going to be rough, so that might not have been on the table anyways here, so possibly disregard that. Or if they hit the level 2 power spike first, maybe they go for something cheeky, but hey.
Yeah, I would say that is certainly I'd say one of the bigger issues with the Tristana Seraphine. Not really a duo you see a whole lot. You'd much rather Seraphine, if she's support, put her with an AD carry. I'd say maybe like the Jhin in response to the Ashe, or just give her somebody with some extra kind of slow or utility to work together and poke and prod the enemy team. But even into that, the Braum is very good at kind of just soaking up a lot of that poking and prodding. And like you said, will dissuade a lot of these aggressive plays, I think, in lane from the Tristana. So, first game here, which comp are you favoring to take game 1?
Elysium is a bit more here. The one concern I have is they don't have the best backline access here to get on top of the Tristana from the Spire, but other than that, they have a very solid just team fighting composition here. They got a big front line. They got 2 carries that scale up decently well, or pretty well in the case of Syndra, and it's not like the Spire's composition is insanely tanky here, especially if it's going to be like the Jack of all trades Volibear build in the top lane. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but we do see it come out here a decent amount, so that is on the table. So giving it to Elysium here comp-wise for this first game.
Yeah, I would say I would agree with that. I do like what Elysium has. They've got a solid early game, and then they do have some scaling on it. They've got a lot of safety, and I've been a Braum truther recently. I've been pilled on Braum being just really good in like every game. So I gotta believe in Braum. He's the best right now. So I believe with that we can go ahead and throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be in on the Rift for game 1 of our series between Elysium.
around your memories. Because you might get lost.
Welcome back, everybody, here on the Rift for Game 1 of our series between Elysium and the Spire. We have two very safe and regular, normal, and good compositions here out on the Rift. So these two teams are going to have to be facing off. Remember, this is playoffs, this is Fearless, so both these teams are going to have no fear going into this series. I will say, I did not check if this was best of 3 or best of 5. Best of 5. Okay, so this will be the first best of 5 Fearless I've cast. I'm excited to see if we get to 5 games, how weird things will be by game 5. That'll be where the draft expertise comes in. Seeing compositions that in game 1 already shouldn't exist. Well, by game 4 it'll make sense. But right now, nothing too surprising, I don't think. Both teams just going for a standard 5-point start. Anything stand out to you? Just kind of at a glance, looking around.
Looking at the warding here, nothing's going to reveal too much about the early jungle pathing. The one that might reveal something is that... Actually, no, that's a blue ward on the blue side, so never mind. So both these junglers are going to be in the dark as to where they are. Of course, the year is 2025, so you don't really leash your junglers. You can't get any information off of that. So we'll see what they can do with this extra bit of just unknown, bit of an X factor here to maybe get one of their lanes ahead early. Both these junglers definitely have the 3 camp into a gank play in their books if they do so, please.
Yeah. Sorry. As somebody, when I jungled Xin Zhao, I definitely was one of those people who, when red buff into insta gank, I was that kind of guy. You know, maybe a little rude, but it is what it is. You take whatever advantage you can get. I don't necessarily know if you could do that, but like you said, yeah, level 3 into insta gank. Both very possible for both of these junglers. So we'll see if that is in the cards. I think the lanes are a little bit too kind of just middling right here. Nobody's really pushing in too aggressively one side or the other. I think maybe if Xin Zhao had passed from top to bot, there could be an angle on the Syndra, but I don't really see that as possible right here. But otherwise... yeah, just kind of a slow start. In terms of where these players are going, that's going to be a different kind of question. It looks like the bot side of Elysium are maybe setting up for something with the Pantheon, with a push in, but can't be too sure.
Yeah, although some nice damage in the top lane here.
Yeah, Winfrey is just gonna get a bite chomp, snack him up. That's a kill onto Yeehaw.
Yeah, Yukon not expecting that extra bit of burst. Of course, the nibble from Volibear, it does scale based off missing health, if I'm not wrong, and also taking the Sky Splitter there, also taking all that AoE lightning. It adds up, and we saw how bloody the trades were getting, but of course, set for Yukon. Kind of on the brunt end of that, they're having to tank a lot of minions over that trade, so doing a first
Ooh, we got a flash. Guster Posey gonna be going in. The stun's gonna land onto the Seraphine. Flash will come out. That's gonna be a slow down, exhausted, beaten down, battered Seraphine will fall, and that's gonna be Guster Posey picking up one.
Yep, grabbing one here. Nice for the Pantheon jungle. Of course, you tend to fall off a cliff, so you like the snowballing here. So it's fine giving Pantheon some early kills if you do so, please. Getting late game guarantees / insurance by feeding kills and 2 carries also pretty damn good. Just a matter of that. But, you know, 1 kill not going to break the bank here. 1-1 on the scoreboard, and things relatively even as expected. Maybe we see some kill potential in the bot lane now that Penguini has no sums available. You land 1 Winter's Bite on that, or if Dilly hits the level 6 here and has the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you could definitely look then.
Yeah, okay, Dilly's gonna land a volley, but Arrow not able to maneuver there to get the Winter's Bite out. But yeah, like you said, this bot lane duo of Ashe, Braum has a ton of kill pressure from either of the two of them. Their abilities just really work well together in terms of keeping somebody locked down for an eternity. And Seraphine in particular is, I should stop saying that, Seraphine in particular is somebody who can be killed very quickly, very low resistances, low HP. So she is a very easy target, and Tristana, aside from killing the opponent, can't really do much to respond to that. But who will be kind of taking a proactive play here is with the shove in, Boostis and AO Penguini will help Witch Black Mass take out the first Drake, unless Pantheon snipes it. Okay, oh, no snipe there, but we could see an aggressive play. Sofonda looking for the Scatter of the Weak will not land, and that will just be a very solid taken getaway for the Spire.
Yeah, could have flashed there to get some, well, basically guarantee someone's gonna get stunned by that Scatter of the Weak, but if you do that, I mean, then you're flashless, and then, you know, maybe you trade it for another flash. That'd be fine, too. Either way, doesn't cost too much there. And like you said, just a nice little pickup of that Clown Dragon here. Grubs have spawned as well as of 20 seconds ago, so we'll see what the moves are. Right now, we have Penguini up in the top side, looking like they are going to be helping with these. You got Prio in the top lane, you got your ADC in the mid lane as well, so the Spire definitely have a clear game plan here of objective into.
Yeah, and I think that is a great way to start the game off, just converting some of that early pressure into some early kills, or, well, it's early objective kills at least. And it's kind of hoping to see more from Pantheon in terms of getting things done. We saw that one gank be successful. It is only 7 minutes, but I don't know. I feel like with what you're losing, Pantheon's got to be looking for something on the trades here. But Spire are just playing around the map better, at least at this point in the game. Will lead to a potential early feat. If they get one more objective, either that next Drake or the next full round of Grubbins, that's a big get for them. And it'll now come down to who can get more kills or that first turret.
Yep. Yeah, especially getting all these objectives early. I mean, getting the first spawn of both of them, including just getting all full 3 grubs, that's typically pretty good for your team's chances of winning, feats or not. It's good to have. Okay,
Yeehaw gonna have to throw out the Super Saiyan punch, trying to get the shield down. Here comes the Grand Skyfall, gonna cut off Winfrey, who has already ulted, does still have the flash, will try and sprint away here, and that Volibear is fast enough with Ahri on the way to get out scot-free. No sums burned in topside, just a trade of ultis.
It's the Jack Volibear build.
It's we've on the draft stream we've been calling it thrift shop volibear. Just picking up whatever seems nice. Yo, ooh, got this, or maybe it was either thrift shop or pawn shop volibear. I've been saying thrift shop, but you know, just picking up interesting little trinkets, jack of all trades. It's a build that comes online after 2 items, and what's going to come online here is potentially Arrow going to get some damage down. Flash from Guster Posey to try and close the gap. Not going to be able to get onto AO Pinguini though, which at Black Mass, soaking up so much with the Crescent Guard there. Boostis a little too far forward. We'll get hit by the Winter's Bite, and the Charm in retaliation clips Arrow and takes the Braum down. A trading of blows leading into a takedown. In the top side, Winfrey will just scare Yika off.
Yeah, this Volibear build, of course, really good at the 1v1. You have a lot of stats, it lets you just run at people very well. You do a lot of damage with your buttons. The problem is, you get to team fights, you're a Volibear with Roa and Navori Flicker Blades, you just kind of instantly die.
Yeah, you really need that defensive item.
Yeah, which is why when I saw the Ruby Crystal plus Mana Crystal, I was like, please be Pinball Villager.
Nope.
Yeah, you sometimes see that in Volibear. Of course, doesn't have the greatest amount of hearts that you see to be proccing that, but hey,
you at least have a stun to proc it. It does take the ceiling on Pawn Shop Volibear is very high. You get so much power, so much healing. Your dueling is unmatched. Great flash from Pinaholic, dodging out on that Scatter the Weak. Boost is going to dive into the backline, will get exhausted and stunned up instantly, but the Encore is fantastic. Dilly going to get blasted away by the Tristania here. Winter's Bite going to be just trying to get that passive procced with autos. Flashes traded as Guster Posey not able to close the gap.
I was a little scared for Boostus there because they hop right in and we saw the Winter's Bite just fully stacked up. You get exhausted and, you know, I was kind of worried you don't get that kill there, you don't get the reset and hop on out. Thankfully, there is just enough damage there. Pinguini plus Boostus able to get the third kill for their team. Looking pretty solid here. And see if they can do anything with that here. Obviously, I feel like they're going to look to back here on this timer. You just got to kill. Should be enough for the Yuntals here.
Yeah, the Yuntal would be a great pickup. It does open the window for the side of Elysium to get an objective on spawn. Guster Posey will get slowed up, potentially killed out here. Damage going to go down, negated by the shield. Enchanted Crystal Arrow fires. I think it landed, but will not convert into anything. So that is just arrow burned by Dilly. And now that's a lot of pressure taken off of the Spire, and they can very easily pick this next Drake up. That is the third objective in their pocket.
We'll give them the upgraded boots here. Of course, nobody has tier 2 boots just yet, so a little early on the feats because typically teams aren't able to just get the first 3 objectives literally split like that. You know, usually it's a trade of Grebs for Dragon, or you give up 1 or 2 of the Grebs and get 1 for yourself. But hey, Grebs have actually been started. One was soloed.
Yeah, Guster Posey was a little on the low side. Winfrey at about half health. We do have a 4v4 right here. Great slam dunk. A huge haymaker. Playmaker coming in from Yika, who will fall right there. Guster Posey going to trade out with the stun. And that full lockdown chain leads to 2 dead on the side of the Spire.
Ooh. Yeah, great just AoE wombo combo there. Winfrey had already taken a decent amount of damage from the Grubs, so you're just able to hop onto that Volibear. Of course, it is a Roa Volibear, so you don't have to worry too much about the tankiness, just some extra health to get through. And the showstopper of that fatty with a bunch of health into the 3 other members there, followed up by Facebreaker and the Glacial Fissure. That's what it's called.
Yes.
From Arrow. Just keeps all the members locked up from the Spire, and very easy to just take down 2 members there.
Yeah, super clean. Great stuff from Yika. Ended up having to trade their life for it, but you absolutely accept that. Weren't able to get the full round of Grubs, which is a little unfortunate for Elysium. But it is better than nothing. And it will at least give you some kind of objective victory here in the early stages. But now we have to kind of start wondering As the Pantheon here, 2-0, still just waiting to see what they can do. Which at Black Mass has kind of just had control, free reign over the map, making everything happen. But Guster Posey's gonna go flash in for a stun. Got a full combo in onto Solfonda. The ulti not up though, so that will be Ari just narrowly living. No, some Guster Posey burning flash, but nothing else. As Yika might speed. Oh, never mind. We have the Haymaker, but I think Winfrey's got a Haymaker of their own.
Yep, going back to top lane, forced to flash out. The Stormbringer not back up just yet. Neither is the Showstopper as well. That's the thing with both these top laners. The Haymaker and the Volibear passive heal / W shield really makes it dicey to 1v1 each other when you're low on health, because it is very easy to turn that one around. You just get a surge of health or a surge of shield. You do a lot of damage as well.
Whoever hits the button first kinda, loses. But the Grand Skyfall is gonna come in. Winfrey gonna have to dip out of here. Shield will come down with the lightning. Slowing Smite. Winfrey healing quite a bit there. Almost has the Stormbringer back up. A couple of ticks on seconds there. And they'll have to be a little bit careful. Volibear does have the Roa. It'll be a pretty big power increase off of that ulti. But it looks like they will just leave it, let bygones be bygones, as Winfrey and Yika. The battle, the brawl in the top lane is quite intense in both sides.
Yeah, neither of these champions super passive. And they both have very close range kits outside of the Sky Splitter from Volibear. Maybe the Haymaker, but you have to get in close range so you're taking some damage to actually get some good damage out of that W button. And yeah, I expect there to be more fighting here. Yika could look for a recall here. I don't know how much gold they have in the bank here, if they're that profitable, if they just want to chill. They do have to be careful because Witch is towards the top side right now, finishing up, or starting up the chickens, I should say. So very easily could pass up there. You do have Guster Posey in the area, though, to at least counter.
Yeah, I will say, the big thing burn there was the Grand Skyfall. Converting, again, kind of into nothing for Guster Posey, who has been swinging, he's been batting 0 this game with those big cooldowns. Sort of just picking up those 2 kills off of entropy more than anything else. As Witch at Black Mass is continuing to just get a very sizable farm lead here. Over 30 in the jungle. A full level lead as well is not advisable, but on the other side, there are some EXP leads in mid and ADC roles, so Ash will be getting that. It boosted Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Another level on that, at least, so that will be coming up soon. Don't know if it'll make any kind of difference, because I do not remember if the cooldown is reduced. I think it does, but that's, I don't play that role. As Yika, it may not be playing top lane after this one. A slam dunk from the Skybringer there. As here comes the Glacial Fissure, which at Black Mass getting put into the Glacial Fissure right there. Destroyed. Trying to follow up more. Dilly just firing some volleys. The Siege being kept out. The Spire being kept at bay. Boost is looking for something. Ayo Pinguini, no cooldowns, just trying to get some damage. No secured by Smite. So that is a pickup cleanly by Elysium there.
Yep, get themselves on the board here for that one dragon in their pocket. Thankfully not letting the Spire get the soul point there this early on. Kind of don't want to be staring down the potential of that 23-ish minute soul. Actually, if it's 2 minutes, that's 22 minute-ish soul, so good on them. Does cost a first turn in the top lane, though, and there's the Devoid Flicker Blades items. I don't like to see
We're getting there. I will say, I'm definitely not the biggest fan of the Pawn Shop Volibear, because it just feels like you die so quickly. But it's hard to deny that it does not feel good to play. You feel like you're superhuman in the right situations, If the stars align, you feel unkillable. And once you get a tank item, maybe you are. But that is item 3 on Volibear, and a huge investment of your time and gold for Volibear, of all things. But, you know, this game, they definitely have time on their hands, although the Syndra is putting themselves into a pretty solid position. So Fonda got a 50 CS lead over Pinaholic, probably just feeling pretty good in terms of damage there. On the other side, though, with Chat Black Mass securing another objective as they bully Pinaholic out. Try and secure that bot outer turret. No minions, though.
Yeah, no minions. And Riptail pop man. This one's going to be hard to contest here. You have under half health here for Sofa. Okay, actually, it doesn't do as much damage as I thought. I'm trying lands here, but I think we got a dip.
Yeah. Can't really risk getting shredded by the Braum passive and Ashe there. But quite a bit of damage from Pinaholic, at least mounting a good defense of that bot lane turret, forcing both of them back on their own. We'll buy top, and that is nothing to sneeze at. Guster Posey waiting over the wall, trying, I guess, does have flash, so likely hoping for Sofonda to just clip something. Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That's a wonder shot right there. Will not hit anyone. But at this point, you know, you are Ashe. You can just start firing those to attempt to make things happen. And if they do, this is great news. If not, it's whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, one of my favorite strats when I played Ashe in solo queue is you just, while you're backing, you ask your mid laner, if I land ulti, will he be able to get a kill? And then when you're back in base, you just throw it down mid if they say yes, because...
I mean, if they get a kill, I get a kill. You can even buy an item if the assist is good. It's like, ooh, excellent. I remember the...
Time.
Sorry.
Yeah, it does mean you have to wait a bit of extra time in base instead of just scurrying back the lane.
Now the classic strategy is when Ashe used to be a mid laner back in the Dark Ages, you would fire Enchanted Crystal ulti, then TP onto the minion nearby. It's like, well, what's happening here? Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands, bam. You probably didn't kill them, but it was very funny to TP onto a stun target. It very rarely worked either. You have to be... People were really stupid back in the day, though, so... a lot of...
Season 2 worlds, and you'll be like, Jesus.
The mechanical difference. The average plat player is at a far greater level than the human mind can comprehend, as we do have no passive procs being landed here, as Ahri is dip, ducking, and diving here. Surviving this dive so well, but the haymaker from Yeehaw is going to just get enough shielding down, as we'll chat Black Mass will go in, will get stunned up, exhausted, but Ao Pinguini is here. I don't think they want to try and take this 2v3, though. There is the Encore in pocket. They do not want to take the risk.
They got some low health bars. That was a lot you did commit to get that one kill. You did get a small shutdown at the very least, but it is decently costly. Guster has to use their flash, Yeehaw has to use flash, you have to commit some ultimates. Of course, you know, this is 2025 League of Legends, so the ultimates are already about halfway off cooldown.
Yep. Of course. For sure. At the very, I will say, good stuff from Pinaholic. They survived that dive for a long time there. Arrow was not able to get those passive procs, so it was just kind of, you know, dipping. Really just, you know, set shield was good enough. Winfrey looking for something, but the slow will dissuade them. Drake has spawned. This could be second for Elysium, picking up their second Hex Tech, or could be a big win for Elysium, or for the Spire getting Soul Point here. Setting up around here, looks like it's being started, or at least leashed. Set. Solo pushing on the top side. It's a 4v5, but Elysium's not afraid.
You want a TP, you probably got to do it now. Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to go out. We do have the Stormbringer going to land down onto the backside. It's going to be a 4v5. Encore tags too. Sofonda going to get stunned up for a little bit there, but they're in a choke point. The Glacial Fissure going to slow them down, cripple them into Oblivion, but there is not enough damage to really convert here as Arrow's going to get tagged up, will get taken very low. Dilly's going to get tagged as well. Boost is going to jump in on that one. The TP finally comes through, but it is far too late. The showstopper, never mind, Yeehaw, knows something I don't. Never mind, they know that they are dead, as that was almost impressive, but not able to close the gap there. Set is a melee champion, and he has lost that battle. Well, so late of a TP there into losing that soul point to the Spire.
Yeah, just miscommunication, I guess, there from Elysium, because they started that fight with a bang. You know, you just throw the enchanted crystal arrow there, go, go, go. And while that was all happening, Yeehaw was still top lane, taking that top lane inner. So I was kind of scratching my head. And by the time you lose 1 or 2 members, then Yeehaw teleports in. And I'm like, like, if you didn't want to go for the dragon, I think you just push up lanes and try and force downs and turns. If you want to go for the dragon, well, TP your ass down there much earlier, buddy. Enchanted crystal arrow. I thought that would hit there, but Winfrey just barely dodging out of that one.
It clipped maybe some of his fur, but feeling okay.
Because when you Q as Volibear, you kind of like hunch forward sometimes.
I don't know how the Z-axis of League of Legends is a mystery. It may or may not be real. It is real, but what it affects, I don't know. We're still trying to figure that out. We have our top scientists on it. They'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah, because it technically doesn't exist, but it does affect some things. Like, you see it there at the top entrance to this river right above mid lane. Like, that's technically a slope thing, even though the map is flat. It does sometimes make it wonky when throwing out skill shots if you're on the bottom, they're on the top, or vice versa. Because it's like, hey, that trip is like, not really, buddy.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta just feel it out. You know, you gotta hope that, you gotta pray that it works in your favor. And right now, so far, things are working in the favor of the Spire, although the gold is actually relatively even still. Spire does, they are down a turret compared to Elysium, and Elysium they do still have the Syndra in a great spot, so Fonda doing quite well this game, at least for themselves. But Boostis is really rock solid right now. Winfrey's in a great spot. I think that is fairly close to picking up the Frozen Heart as so Fonda will 1-for-1 solo return fire there. Counter plays on both sides. Ari having to try and dodge everything and getting right-clicked by the R button. Yeah, and Sofa does have the max ranks on their passive, so does have the execute there. We saw the ultimate kind of leave Pinaholic Ari with just a sliver of health, and then Baboom execute comes through. Do pick up the mid lane turret in response, though. No, the bot lane turret is still there. Okay. Discord stream's just a tad blurry, but hey. Yeah. I mean, that's the platform. It is what it is. So we trade 1-for-1 there. Was a shutdown though, so Pinaholic getting, I think, a little extra value off of it. So can't complain about that. In the end, was it worth? I think for the Spire, you're probably feeling okay, actually. You're all right with that 1-for-1 trade into getting that mid lane turret. Now it's a 3-2 for turrets. The Baron is up. Atacon is also up, and we got 1:20 on the Dragon. So there's going to be a veritable buffet in the river here of your picking of objective. And it's going to matter what team gets what and what they decide to go for. Everything is a cost, and the Spire absolutely wants that soul, and Elysium are gonna have to make a trade for it. I would expect. Yeah, Elysium, they definitely have to contest this next dragon. Giving over a Hextech Soul, not in the books. I mean, it's not the nastiest comp to have Hextech Soul on, but it's still Hextech Soul, widely considered the strongest one in the book, because it gives you a nice chunk of damage, but then it also has the slow, it has the AoE. I say AoE, but it's like the little bounce thing. Either way. Yeah.
damage, utility. Pretty
It's
good.
got a little bit of everything, and the numbers it has, they're not awful. It definitely would help the Seraphine make her little sound waves be a little bit more dangerous, as Boostus is gonna get attempted to be locked up. Well, not here actually. I don't know where I'm looking at. Which at Black Mass is gonna get locked down. Boostus trying to jump away, but will get dunked on to the backside. The Haymaker's gonna go out. Guster Posey very low, will go down to the turret. As now Yikaw is very low as well, but has enough healing and survivability to live that one out. A double kill goes over to Boostus, but that is 3 down for the Spire. Sofa is looking pretty solid for themselves, but Winfree finding free money on top side.
This is the Volibear's build strength. Like, you have the 4 grubs here, you're just so good at 1v1ing. It lets you just kind of huff glue constantly and split push in the top lane. That's why it's much better than solo queue. Solo queue, much more conducive to the sit in one lane all game and split push playstyle compared to 5v5 competitive, because 5v5 competitive is like, okay, yeah, I gotta rotate down for this. This should be an easy kill.
Pinguini is very dead, but Dilly might be very dead as well. Actually, Pinguini is fine, and Dilly is very dead. Sofa now next to the list is Stormbringer. Okay, 3v1 Volibear. The pawn shop value is coming in. I don't know if it'll be enough. We do have the Haymaker coming out. Ayo Pinguini on the edge of glory and disaster. Waiting for that encore. It is almost up, and there's so much damage coming out right now. Pineaholic and Boostus have arrived. Winfree and Witchat blanket sinking so much, soaking up so much damage, and locking Elysium into a prison of their own making. Pineaholic will take one out with the flash. Yika not able to close the gap, and that'll be Hextech's Soul and 4 for nothing as the Spire grows.
Yep, they're able to pick up a huge dub there with that. We'll see if they can rotate that into anything else here. At the very least, I think that's fair. We have 12 seconds till enemy jungler is back up. Have plenty of damage here as the 3 item just on. So, I don't think they have any issues with this. Of course, Winfree goes back to split pushing, even though team is on Baron.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. Nobody can really soak pressure up there. Then at least it gets a wave in a decent position just to start here. Forces Elysium to have to respond to that, and gives you the ability to kind of just reset. The map is not super favorable in terms of the minion waves right now for the Spire, but they are very easily going to be corrected, as with the Volibear having that side lane pressure, that bot lane is going to be the target, I would imagine, as they go for a 4-1 split, I would have to guess. And that just comes down to what Elysium can do to slow down the pushing power.
Okay, good wall there to body block the charm. Against this Baron, I think the Spire just make a very unsurmountable gold gap in this game. Having the Hextech Soul is already pretty huge, but this Baron just gonna get so much ground on the map, assuming you play your cards right, of course. You have to play them right. You can do a little bit of a Pega, lose some members, give off some buffs. Yika does get the stun.
Yeah, Yika will get the face breaker, but will not break any faces off of it, as Witchat will just walk away there. And meanwhile, on the bot side, Winfree is picking up more value. Sofa, I don't know if you want to be here. You need to, if you're here, you need to get the most value out of those stuns, because Volibear will kill you to death if you are not careful. Speaking of killed to death, Enchanted Crystal Arrow only lands on the Witchat, and that is going to convert into nothing. Encore going to land on the Guster Posey. Stun's going to lock up Witchat, and that's going to be 1 kill down. Yika getting quite a bit of damage, but here comes Volibear. Slamming them, trying to get back to the other side. Volibear will get cut down, and now it looks like the shoe's on the other foot. Yika is tanky here. Sofa is full HP, dropping the gameplay button onto Pineaholic, and that's going to be a takedown there out of the golden safety into the golden embrace of death, as Sofa cleans that one up. It's now 4. It's lose 3, but pick up 4, as Elysium have gotten a lot out of there. That Baron did not end very well.
Yeah, you got the tier 2 in bot lane. You got some damage on the tier 2 in mid lane, but that is about it. And It was a good call there by Elysium, just recognizing Volibear was still rotating. Enchanted Crystal Arrow helps a lockdown, which for so long there, they couldn't even really pop the Crescent Guard until it was too late, it feels like. Or the Crescent Guard just wasn't even up there. It just only came back up now.
Yeah, I don't think it made, if it was there, it made zero difference in that.
Yeah. And of course, this Volibear build, even though you're super far ahead, tanking 4 members, especially after you get showstoppered into a turret, you got a little melted there, buddy.
Yeah, very, very much melted. You kind of wanted to believe you were superhuman, but there was just no backup there. The concept, I understand. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Grand Skyfall. We got the TP into Ash ulti that I was talking about, but Ash is not there, and Guster Posey is dead as they decided to crash land for no reason, as Atacon goes over to the Spire, and they got the voracious Atacon, who has been seen a lot less recently, but now we've got the revives in pocket for the side of the Spire, and they are going to look to make the most of it.
Yeah, thankfully it's not the other Otacon. You don't want that buffing up 4 dragons, 4 Krebs, and the Hextech Soul. Gonna give you a lot of mileage. It just feels like Elysium were not expecting that Otacon to take there. A good call by the Spire to just go on in and take that. Because Guster Posey, they're going in way too far there. That felt like a Panic Grand Starfall. Like, oh no, they're doing this. If I don't get in there ASAP, they're just gonna get it for free. But
yeah, my team's gonna flame me.
There's literally no one else there to help you out. Oh,
yeah, it.
Up here.
Oh, okay, Death Rush being set up. Yeah, okay. Oh, 3-man encore into the choke point there. That is what you want to see, as the Facebreaker will go through, but no Haymaker to follow. Pinaholic will drop. Is withdrawing. Pinaholic will withdraw, as now we're back on the map. Tristana also forced to withdraw there. Witchat, actually, Pinaholic did not withdraw. It was Witchat and Boostus who did. Peacock, Guster Posey, and Arrow all dropped there. And that is kind of the power of the voracious Atacon. One of the reasons it was so seen as so dangerous is that you can just play with reckless abandon. And of course, it does not help that Arrow walked into a Death Brush, and they got slammed by the Encore.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, his Arrow walked into that brush and not a Switch Temper. That's what let you actually kind of count a bit of a fight there. But yeah, it's going to be rough here. This is Elder Dragon, and Guster Posey has only just spawned, has the Grand Starfall, Utah has the teleport as well to get in, and you're going to have to be pretty damn quick on this. There's the teleport.
Wonder Shot. Yeah, it's a Wonder Shot. TP going to be coming in. Grand Skyfall is going to land. It's at 2,000. 1,000 will get stolen by Guster Posey. A great smite, but can they fight their way back out? Will be first dropping his Yeehaw. HP is very low. Grand Speed, the Stormbringer brings nothing but death, as they are not able to clear the wall. Will not qualify for that Olympic medal, as Guster, the Elder Draked up Elysium can go look for this Baron. It should be pretty easy for Silpher to clear the waves, so yeah, it's gonna be Baron, unless Witch and Pinguini have something to say about it. Pinaholic does have TP.
Yeah, you got a Blast Cone. You're not... Okay, you're definitely spotted now. This could just be the 50-50. Of course,
yeah, I think you just go for it. We got another 50-50. The flip! The Burger Man himself, Guster Posey, will pick up another one, and Witchat falls for the second time. And that is Guster Posey, gonna be the manager of the McDonald's at this rate, getting those secured burger flips, as that is 2 big objectives going over to Elysium. And Witchat, you kind of left scratching their head a little bit. Ping and smite, I know I am.
Yeah. There shouldn't be too much longer on this Elder, thankfully, if you are the Spire, because the Elder is gonna help help you cut through this front line so much more easily. I mean, it's not the tankiest front line, mind you, but Winfrey, of course, sitting on that full build, while the enemy carries, I mean, prior to this, they're sitting on like 3.5 items, so that gives you just so much more numbers on your champion to just stat check them with, which helps a lot, but now your numbers aren't as numbered as they once were. Enchanted Crystal Arrow gonna be a field goal.
Ooh, yeah, it's 3 points, but that does not convert into anything in this game, at least, as Pineholic will go for something, get a lot of damage onto Dilly, and that's gonna make Elysium less enticed into making this kind of play. Their Elder Dragon timer is ticking down, and once that drops, it becomes a lot harder to kill Winfrey and Witchat. So I would want to see these players try and make something happen here. If they're waiting for the other Enchanted Crystal Arrow, that's obviously a possibility. I don't know if they'll have enough time to wait for another arrow. It looks like at least Arrow is resetting. The Arrow, the player, not the Arrow, the ability, as just, yeah. Spire doing a good job holding the line. Yeehaw was on top side, getting that wave. It's fixed up. It is still a super minion wave. Super minions in mid as well for the Spire, making it very difficult to do anything with these neutral objectives. We do have the Arrow finally lands. We do have 2 charmed up, but no one able to follow in, as Witchat will fall immediately. That's going to be TP coming in from Winfrey, but it is now 4v5. The Encore hit 2 squishies, but not going to be enough, as now Guster Posey, the big shields from the large men, will soak up quite a lot of damage. Charm lands onto the Braum, but not a whole lot. Sky's splitting, but these Baroned up minions do not care. They need to get Ash in to auto attack, but the range is just too dangerous. Don't want to take the risk.
Yeah, and you committed flash there on Guster for that to try and get the kill. Weren't able to follow up with too much more CC, and you're not able to break open the base just yet with this Baron, thankfully. There's no longer super minions in the top lane, and you can let this cannon just do quite a bit of killing on it. Now you got some members on it. This is toast. Pineholic just had the ulti out here. Gets hit by that.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to be a kill there. A great stop from Yeehaw, stopping Winfrey from dunking the entirety of Elysium, but Boostis is going to be the one going off here, picking up 2. They don't even lose the inhib. Wait, the inhib does not drop, and that is 2 people in the death chamber for 50 seconds. That is awful. It's going to be real rough for Elysium here. Spire just needs to kind of sprint it down.
Yeah, because Elysium, they just stay way too long on that. Their health bars were already low prior to that. You think you have a bit of an angle and you try and catch off some members, but it's just not enough, and your low health bars there just open you up for quite the reckoning. We'll see if this is the game here. 20 seconds, 25 seconds until both of these members are back up here, and you don't have to deal with a Baron wave thing.
Yeah, don't have to deal with the Baron wave, but we'll have to deal with Boostis, who is boosted up right here. Penguini locking up 2 with the Encore. Boostis picking up a double kill, and they're just going to be blasting away the wall here as the Spire grows. Your time is up, and the will regenerate to live for another game as the Spire, despite losing those neutral objectives at around 35 minutes, hold the line and flip Elysium back on their heads.
Yeah, both these teams will have to go back to the cutting board just a little bit here, the chalkboard just a little bit, to polish some of the mistakes they had this game. Especially Elysium overstaying for that inhib there to try and get it. Like, I understand the thirst for it, but at some point you just got to go, all right, we got the turret, let's just get the hell out of here, because death times are just too long. And
yeah, I will say, I do think that gotta commend I could have. Obviously, they still ended up losing. I do think that Yeehaw going in and just like, I gotta stop this Volibear champion from obliterating my whole team. That was a commendable effort, but I do think that that was just a result of them staying too long already. They were taking so much just chunk from that Hextech, honestly. The Hextech Soul just shooting them down, just doing chip damage over and over. They didn't really have a whole lot of extra healing on them. You had the Ash, who had some lifesteal, and Set, of course, but otherwise, that chip damage was kind of being just permanent on the side of onto Elysium, and it made it very easy to find that opportunity there. Definitely unfortunate, but I will say Elysium had plenty of good looks. They were able to fight it out. They had those 2 good plays around those neutral objectives. So this is first game. If this is an indication of the series, we're gonna have a very close one on our hands.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see how it shapes up here in the coming games. Of course, both the teams have finished up here, so probably hankering to get the next one started. So we'll see how that shapes up here on the other side of the break.
Go when you had the answer and you were there alone. You left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more. Give it away while you were barely aware. You learned that day, cut off so much, hardly remain. While you knew that there was still a way. This is your only plan. Oh, now this is your only. Now this is your only plan. Oh, now this is yours. Force it to yield, you'll forge it to the lines. You let your callous be your shield, and everyone will say that it all was finished years ago, but you will stay, and you won't ever let it go. When you had the answer, and you were there alone, you left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more. Then again, you found the answer, and you were there alone. You left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more. When you had the answer, and you were there alone. You left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more. Then again, you found the answer, and you were there alone. You left the door unopened when you knew that you would want more.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spell you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am. Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Welcome back, everybody, here for Game 2, the draft of Game 2 for our series between Elysium and the Spire. The Spire claims Game 1 over Elysium after a very back-and-forth battle around neutral objectives, ending in Elysium's front side being far too tanky to die, as now, well, the Spire's front side being too tanky to die, as now Elysium are going to have to try and figure out what to do next. This is, of course, Fearless, so we are losing access to some of these champions like the Seraphine or the Braum or the Ashe, who are relatively stable champions, and now we're going to have to start getting some more interesting options. We do have already Elysium targeting the Spire jungler. You never want to have to ban Fiddlesticks, but sometimes you gotta. As that's a 3-ban on jungle champions like a Mumu can flex. Elysium trying to cripple the Spire's jungler here as B1 Jinx. It's like draft never ends. Draft is forever. B1 Jinx is forever.
Okay, Lucian. I know Lucian got a pretty decent buff. Lucian, okay.
Oh.
Bringing back the Nami. The Nami was banned last game, I think was by the Spire, so they do let it come through this time, banning the Corki instead. Letting the Jinx through B1 is definitely interesting, but obviously the Elysium here with the Lucian Nami had something crafted to try and counter it in lane. We'll see what's paired with the Jinx here to dissuade the aggression, because obviously the Lucian really wants to get into your face here, and Lulu definitely good at dissuading that. You just kind of polymorph people. That is a point and click button. It is very skillful, and they can't really do anything. For at least a few seconds.
Yeah, Lucian Nami, you know, the one of the classic pairings that we haven't seen in a while since they made some adjustments to how Nami's abilities work with Lucian, but obviously still has a ton of power loaded into it, especially in the early stages, and they 100% have the ability to pressure and kill either of these two, and it's going to come down to Lulu being smart about which targets to shield and which targets to turn into little critters, as the Maokai will get picked up. Stable tank champion. I love Maokai. Big Maokai fan. Regardless of how overplayed he is in everywhere, I will always love Maokai. So happy to see that. I think it works really well with kind of this more scaling late game composition that the Spire are building up here. Meanwhile, the J4, Elysium are specking red this game. We are looking at a very red team in terms of aggression.
Yeah, and it's kind of clear. You look at the side of the Spire. I mean, Lulu and Maokai, those are already two good body blockers / peelers. So Spire kind of know, like, hey, you're probably going to try and dive our Jinx, so we'll just draft some more protection here. They're probably going to go for a very standard front-to-back composition. You lock in a mid laner who can do some pretty decent damage, you know, doesn't scale terribly, doesn't scale well. You know, a bit of a bridge early game, and then probably something else in the top lane that can kind of brawl, can kind of front line here. That's what I'm expecting, at least. And of course, unless we see the Maokai flex top, technically it's a thing. We saw it a bit last season, if I'm not mistaken, but not so much this season. So just taking those away.
Yeah, I guess I would say a Maokai top, it is a flex, but as a Maokai aficionado, it always was very depressing to play top lane because you kind of don't do anything. You've got a lot of sustain, so you don't lose, but you don't win either. At least that's what it felt like for me. Maybe I'm just not good at top lane. That's very true. We do have a couple of mid lane bans being taken out, although Talia is also a jungler. Probably. Hopefully they didn't remove her from jungle. I don't know why they would. She was very cool in the jungle. We do have the Galio being taken out, and the Yorick, I'm guessing, is just a target onto Elysium's team. don't want to have to risk a split push threat, force Elysium to have to fight into you. Good pairing for the J4. We do have the Orianna coming out. Great ball delivery system. Would like to see another good, maybe a good aggressive top lane tanking option. But we'll have. I don't know if that's going to be in the cards, because if they want to get a counter pick for top lane, I don't know if there are going to be that many good counter picks that also fill the role they're looking to have here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Of course, though, getting the victor in the mid lane, that is another source of scaling here for the Spire. So I wonder what the call is going to be for top lane here, because 2 scaling backline carries, they do take some time to come online here. Probably going to want something that is a bit of a bridge here for them. You don't want to just have like 3 scaling lanes or 3 losing lanes here potentially. So that's what I'm expecting at least. We'll see what the Spire wants to go with. Okay, yeah, the Gnar. That definitely works.
Yeah, Gnar was banned away last game, and you have the Maokai and you have Lulu Shield, so you don't really need a hyper tank like the Ornn. And also, an Ornn would have been another scaling option. We win after 30 minutes, but how do we get there kind of angle. Gnar has a lot of power in the early and mid game that I think will help to try and kind of bridge that gap between the start and finish. Meanwhile, the hyper tank is on the other foot, as Malphite has been picked up for Elysium, and that's all right. It's another ball delivery system at the very least.
Yeah, and is unstoppable engaged there. If you go in and you drop the slam as well, just that 30% attack speed slow onto the Jinx lowers the champion's DPS so much. Of course, I don't know how well it's going to lane into the Gnar. Yes, R does auto attack you a lot. Yes, Gnar is very physical damage based. The thing is, the hyper procs, that percentage health damage, that's magic damage. And obviously, as the Malphite, you're much more armor skewed. Your kit literally has 2 armor scalings in it. Well, 3. The W gives you some. And yeah, it's gonna suck if you want that, but at the very least you can get tab eyes into Gnar, and that's always still really damn good.
Yeah, it's not like there aren't good, mixed defensive options to consider to at least get a little bit of that armor splashed in, but it is very sad because there's a lot of magic damage you're gonna have to kind of contend with. So even if you cripple the Jinx, you could end up just speccing wrong. But on the bright side, for Elysium, they absolutely have that early and mid game power in their pockets. So many strong champions around the 10 to 20 minute mark relative to what the Spire has, and that is going to be their angle of attack. So 2 very different compositions this game compared to what we saw last game. I'm curious as to what you think will take the edge here in game 2.
I'm kind of feeling the Spire's comp more because, like, Elysium's, like you said, it has to get ahead early. It does spike very hard, but if you're not able to convert to leads in bot lane especially, it's going to be very rough here. Because your backline threat is going to be Lucian and Orianna damage. Not something I really want to rely on. Because if you're not able to take out the Jinx, if you're not able to take out the Victor, they're probably just going to shred through your team here.
Yeah, earlier last week, we had a very similar kind of match in draft where it was one team picking like 5 early game aggressive champions into a scaling team. And it was the aggressive early game team then proceeded to lose early game and lose in like 28 minutes. It was very embarrassing. I don't think we'll see that this game, but I think it's safer having those scaling options. But if Elysium can sort of cripple the Victor, cripple the Jinx, and get enough power to then beat them down at like 30 minutes, that could be an avenue to look for. Don't know if it's possible, but I would say, at least for me, I agree that the Spire has a much more reliable composition. But with that said, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break for the spectator delay. When we come back, we'll be in on the Rift for Game 2 of our series here between Spire and Elysium for the Blue Otter Premier League. See you then.
Dory? You there, Dory?
Help.
You never stop calling me crazy, but you the one that's fucking crazy. And it's time for me to run. Yeah, it's time for me to go. I won't stick around for you.
A bomb squad. Those cravens backstab me, deceive me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Sorry about the delay there, where there were some League of Legends client issues. This is a classic video game. You know, maybe next year we'll have a functional client, but today what we have is the Spire versus Elysium here in the Blue Otter Premier League. Game 2.
Here.
And
it's
Yep. We had a cheese attempt thwarted as the Spire will be found on that ward. Good ward placement. Scouting them out as now Elysium has a lot of info onto where the Spire are, and Winfrey will be kind of found here. Taking a couple of auto attacks, but they are just Malphite auto attacks. Nothing to be really scared of. Trading some
Well,
grass procs.
pre-W auto attacks at the least, because when you have that W and you pop that, ooh,
Oh yeah,
Those
that
auto
you are right. Yeah, the pre-dub, the W can do a bit of damage. It's not nothing. It hurts a lot actually. He's got hands.
yep, literally.
Yeah,
It's moving over some nice mana flow procs here to Yikal. Malphite loves stacking up the mana flow ASAP because turns out the cheese wheel is very mana intensive because point and click poke is, and it's point and click poke that guarantees the comment.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good poke ability, and it's also like the 90 mana. So you want to get that mana flow band stacked as soon as possible on the Malphite. It really isn't around until like level 5 or so that the cheese wheel poke really becomes oppressive. But right now, when you are Gnar and have like 400 base HP, each cheese wheel is very, very painful to take into the back. Fortunately, we do have the grass, we do have the cookies, we have potions, we've got Dorans. Winfrey is ready to sit up here and eat cheese wheels all day. Hopefully they do not have lactose intolerance. Otherwise, that would be disastrous for the Gnar. Both junglers clearing from top to bot side here. Interested to see what J4 does with that. Maokai could go for something early, but I would not expect it.
Yeah, I mean, you can, like you said, it's very reliant on flash twisted advancing, which is definitely a possibility here. You just need follow-up from your lanes. A level 3 with teleport and Airy, probably not going to follow up. A level 2 Jinx and level 2 Lulu, I mean, there's some damage there, but yeah, nothing you can really commit to. Now, Winfrey is Mega, that you can't commit to, but obviously you're on the wrong side of the map for that because you started top side, surprisingly.
Speaking of on the wrong side of the map, Guster Posey looking to try and counter jungle here. Will not get that as Witch-At Black Mass, the smite secure on that red buff. Guster Posey not quite able to take that out. That could have been disastrous there if Guster Posey got that. Instead, the Maokai stays fresh, stays healthy, and Jarvan's wasted quite a bit of time.
Yeah, and Guster didn't even press the smite button. Interestingly
No.
enough. So I saw the missed smite. I'm like, oh, okay, Guster just missed it. And then I'm like, oh, no.
No,
It was
he just
Witcher
didn't click
missed
it.
the smite, took it down to 13 and was able to auto attack.
Yeah. I think what happened was we do have a jump in here. Pinaholic will get knocked up. We do have the Twisted advancing onto Guster Posey. Trade of flashes now between our junglers, which at doing a lot of damage, but also taking a lot of damage, is Pinaholic the only one with a decent health bar walking out of that one. Trade of flashes for junglers, but no kills dropping.
Mm-hmm. And of course, like, trading health bars on junglers and these ganks is too huge of an issue, unless they're literally in death for you. You get so much health and sustain for free from just taking camps, which, I mean, fair enough, but sometimes you do wish it would stay more, but it does make sense. Could see a gank here on the top side. The Narbar is stacking up. Of course, you used flash in that mid lane play, so can't really do that. Yeah, it's just going to be the fully channeled recall back here. Get your bombies. Thank God it's not the fire item.
Faded ashes.
Yeah.
As we could have a faded death here, as Boostis taking quite a lot of damage. Will pop the barrier, but not really going to negate a lot of damage with that, as the bubble does land, but no follow-up is close. So that's just going to be an aggressive maneuver. Once again, kind of a batting zero on the bot side for Guster Posey.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew where Witch is, but considering they forced the bot lane back, if they wanted to, they could have rotated. So potentially, Narbar is way off right now.
Yeah. Narbar's way off. Flash will be forced here. Malphite does have hands. He was angry there. He was leaning forward. Like, he's more powerful when he leans forward. That's his gamer power right there. But he does not have the mana to really convert that. So Nar will just recall picking up the Negatron. That's a feels bad. I mean, it builds into a good item for Nar, but looking at it, it's like, man, I understand the game state, and I'm not a fan of it.
It is funny, like you said here. If you wanted to, you could have just gotten a no magic mantle plus crystal, because it's not like Malphite has percentage health damage in the kit. It's really just throwing out those wheels, and hopefully that plus the comment is enough to poke you down eventually, and then you just go finish off the kill. But that'll be the case here. This is a Wit's End rush. I wouldn't be the biggest fan of a Wit's End rush here. Typically, as an R, you like rushing an 80 bruiser item, not so much beyond hit item, because you really do appreciate that extra bit.
Yeah, and I do think you'd want to have that HP, just because, like you said, there is not a lot of percent health damage, so it's more of just flat health damage that ECAW is going to be dealing here. So honestly, you would probably benefit, even if you don't have that MR, from just picking up some HP. I don't know if this will be a full rush. We might have just picked it up for moral support, because we were tired of getting destroyed by cheese wheels. I've been there. I've built like that before. I get it. Maybe not optimal usage of gold, but is still an item that could come through. And it's not like there isn't magic damage. There is quite a bit between Malphite, Orianna, and Nami. So it will find use, but it will also make him pretty easy to kill. Ooh, okay. Yika flash ulting. We'll trade a flash there. It's now Witch at Black Mask. Gonna get the gonna get the twisted advance there, as Yika will have to walk out, taking quite a bit of punishment, but no lethal damage. Chaos Storm was available. Flash was burned off of Pinaholic there, and that's a trade of flashes, which is advantageous for Sofa, who still has theirs.
Yeah. Does mean, though, Yika without the ultimate, that does lower their solo kill threat at the top lane, and it makes your teleports so much worse. Like a Malphite that has ultimate versus a Malphite that doesn't have ultimate, world of difference in team fights and just TP flanks. So, at the very least, like you said, you do get out the summoner spell there, so it's not all for naught. It makes victory gank come up later, and you don't lose too much in the top side. Funnily enough, I thought Witch would get Pincer there, considering they're just hanging on that red, and I didn't think they're going to try and force Underturret, but not quite the case there. And everybody just kind of goes back, just with a few less flashes.
Yeah. sort of just resetting. A very slow start to the game here at 8:30. We had a trade of neutral objectives, Elysium picking up that first Drake, and the first round of Grubbins getting picked up by Witch Hat. But otherwise, kind of just a stable early game. But unfortunately for Elysium, a stable early game is kind of a loss. Even though, obviously, the Victor is down in CS, Boostus is down in CS, the Gnar is having a little bit of trouble. The Spire still has that growth potential, the scaling there. Time favors the Spire this game, and Elysium, not nearly as much. It's not like Lucian, and Lucian doesn't deal that damage later in the game, or J4 doesn't have pressure with his good buttons later in the game. It does feel a little disappointing. If Elysium can't walk out of this early game with at least like a 2,000 gold lead, I feel.
Yeah, thinking a little bit here. Yika going for a lot of brass. Does have the ulti back up, and Winfrey just timed out of the Mega Gnar, so you don't have to worry about the evolution coming on now. Of course, you have to worry about taking a bunch of damage yourself, but Yika could just be looking to push out this here and recall one. Fine. It's not like Winfrey has a run away.
Oh, that's a kill right there. Yeah, Winfrey should be able to pick this one up. Oh, never mind. We do have an attempted return fire, but we go big just in time to survive the minion damage. Is now Witch Hat going to try and fire as well. Nature's Grass going to go out. Will not tag the Lucian, but Arrow is dead to rights. That sapling slows them down, and Boostus goes excited there, as that is a great gank from Witch Hat, getting Boostus on the board, and Winfrey finding a great kill onto Yikon.
Yeah, Yikon just eating up way too much damage there from the mid. We'll see what Guster Posey can pick up here.
We have Flash.
Yep.
We have Flash, but we are not going to bother. We were in shop. we were in shop. I think you probably was dead anyways, so not too upsetting.
Yeah, don't get too much out of it. I'm looking. You got one plate, which is like something, but giving up that death here, right as Grub spawn, kind of means your team not likely to get the 4-stack here. I say that, but which is in the area with some members. So rotation actually from Elysium, despite having Cryo in top and people in mid, they just don't have the bodies here, and at least 5 grubs are going on over.
Ooh, yeah, that could be a full 6er. No smite available. We do have it now. That is going to be... Never mind. We aren't going to click the smite key, even though it is available. Witch Hat saving that for the fight. Great shockwave. Will do a lot of disruption there. Sofa going to pick up one, but Winfrey is big. Going to Gnar him back. But Yika is also pretty large. Going to try and at least get Witch Hat. We'll pick up the tree. And still a lot of HP on to the Malphite. Very tanky, very dangerous. Gnar will cut them down, but now as a very tiny little man, will have to try and get out of here. Ao Pinguini trying to just shield up Winfrey, get a little bit of damage here. Now may actually look for the lethal kill. Lulu got the machine gun. Never mind, the ball will collect her. But almost certainly Pinaholic is going to be lasering that one down. And with the Airy, will be forcing Sofa to keep running, because cannot execute there. Shutdown going over to Pinaholic, but that time invested is time for Elysium to pick up another Drake.
Yeah, Winfrey just barely getting out of that one. I thought they were dead rights, but enough shields, enough speed from that Lulu keeps them alive. And I mean, good on Sofa there on the back end to make them just so much time killing them. Despite being in their own jungle, you just get out the teleport from your enemy laner, get dragging to the bot side. So you deny the 6-stack of grub zone as well, which that's good. You don't going down 6 grubs against an enemy team, you just always feel it so badly because you get punished so hard for any missteps, any rotations, because your turn's just.
Yeah, and Malphite has to commit his whole body to a rotational play. And maybe committing himself to trying to kill Winfrey. The Narbar is favorable. On the bot side, we do have the Nature's Grass going to go out. Will tag the Nami. Almost certainly going to be a dead Arrow there. That is just a freebie coming off of Maokai's incredible buttons. Another kill going over to Boostus there, I think. Pick that one up.
Yeah, we saw Dilly and Arrow hanging out on that brush there. Looked like, I mean, they were clearly setting up a trap and almost had an angle. The problem is, enemy jungler was in the area before you. Okay, shot committed in mid lane. Flash committed.
Gnar gonna go out. We do have our mini form, unfortunately, as Yika does have the big button, does have the kill in pocket, just as a matter of time. Will not even have to burn it as Winfrey gets slapped down. Slap champion Yika will take out the Gnar, even though Gnar does have that Negatron and the Triforce complete. Apparently Malphite just got hands.
Yeah, I mean, Sunfire damage racking up there over time. Not to mention, you have the Tab Eyes completed as well, which is like...
Oh yeah, that's huge.
That Nene's Gnar so hard, mini Gnar at least, you just get the Tab Eyes, because that champion is just so auto-attack based, it lowers the magic damage from Hyperprox as well, so you're pretty happy with that. And you also have the Chain Warden's Mail in tow as well, so you're just going to be reducing these auto-attacks further. Hopefully we see some magic resist soon here for Yika. You don't want to get melted by the enemy Victor in these team fights, but you definitely have the armor, and you have the button.
Yeah, makes it very difficult. Malphite is always a very nice, stable pick into the Gnar, just because of how well Malphite bullies the champion. The kit is just designed to make mini Gnar very, very sad, as we have a full lockdown combo. That was everything into the bat. Not quite everything. There were still a couple of buttons we didn't click, but man, yeah, you're not getting out of that one if you are Pineaholic. You're just dead.
Yeah, the easy pickup there, and it does, of course, cost a lot of members, but right now you're giving up some damage on this top turret. Actually, that is first turret, so you do get up quite a decent amount here. You gotta wait for this to time on out. Slap on away, Cataclysm.
Cataclysm, we are just waiting. Okay, we are now mini. Winfrey is gonna try and fight back. At least gonna attempt to pick up Guster Posey, but will not get enough damage there. The crippling auto attack slows is gonna be enough as Boostus will be trying to boost out of there with the help of Ao Pinguini. Oh, the bubble was huge. The tidal wave is gonna be even huger, as they're now gonna have to try and recommit. They both backed out. They thought that they had the damage, but it was not lethal. And Boostus gets a second lease on life and gets out.
Yeah, I guess they didn't think that bubble lands there, but they see that, they commit both their flashes. Wild Growth and Heal were still available, or Wild Growth plus the barrier. So that is enough to keep this Jinx alive, keep them kicking. But it does let you get some alone time on that turret. I mean, you could at least force out both these Jinxes, both these summoners from Boostus. I've been trying to set up something here.
Maybe setting themselves up. Witch Hat does have Nature's Grasp, so they have to respect that. However, that was pretty big for Elysium for, at the very least, getting the topside turret flipped. Looking at the objectives, the next Drake is up in 25 seconds. That's Elysium. Considering what to do with that, they will have the Soul Point if they get it. The Herald is available. The first Herald is currently on the board. Could look to pick that one up for either team. Right now, though, it looks like we're going to have a scuffle around bot lane, as there are many gamers down here, and I imagine they're not going to let this one go without a fight.
Most ultis are back up now. Guster gonna be taking some damage in the pit, as both these teams definitely getting feisty. Mid laners looking to keep it shoved out here, so if it does, of course, have to be careful, because they are potentially pinched by all 5 members here as you on the mini map, and they're gonna have to take a bit of a long way around to join their team. As there is the Nature's Grasp.
The Yika. Yika's gonna land on Pineaholic. That's gonna be a full combo, but will there be full damage? No, sir. The big Gnar is going to throw Yika back into the wall, and the damage is just not able to get into the fight. The river has taken too long, though. There's just not enough damage on Boostus and Pineaholic right now to cut through Yika, and that gives Elysium plenty of time to walk into the river and clean them up. the power of Elysium's composition is bigger than the Spire's, at least in the moment, and that allows them to get Soul Point.
They're definitely going to appreciate that. There turns out, if you're Yika, you don't have to worry about magic damage too much if you just hit the Victor with your ulti plus full combo, and then Pinaholic just drops there. Gonna let you get a lot of mileage on the map too. Not only getting Soul Point, but you're gonna get a lot of damage on it, this outer turret. And you picked up that outer turret in the bot lane, so that is extra gold in the pocket, some extra pressure in the mid lane as well. We'll see what the backs are here, if that lets you hit any crucial 2-item power spikes before your opponent. Nice. Doesn't look like that's quite in the pocket. Never mind. Fitting the edge plus the Reaver done here for Dilly, so this is going to be peak Lucian gaming right now. You have a ton of AD, you have a Gust of
Boostus is very... I feel like Boostus is very dead. We'll get knocked up, we'll get blasted away. Yeah, no follow-up, no support there. And for some reason, we are attempting to fight 2v3 as Maokai and Lulu. Those champions don't do that, actually. They don't do that. That's not what they're supposed to do. And now we got hit by a bubble, forced to flash right there. Oh no, it is the Spire crumbling right now as Elysium are finding great opportunities off of kind of just head scratchers from the Spire.
Yeah, letting themselves get caught just a little too far up there. It's easy to press the buttons to engage on them, and turns out when it's a 4 versus 2 / 4 versus 3, you tend to win that every single time. At least when the game is at this state. You're very far behind. But right now, you're confidently ahead. You're 5k in the lead. You got yourself Soul Point. You're looking to pick up Winfrey in the top lane as well.
Ooh, the bubble is good. That's going to be a lot of damage. The Gnar whiffs. That'll definitely be. With 4 members up here, it is just a matter of time. And what is also time for picking up another Atacon, a second Voracious Atacon. Would be pretty big, although it looks like they aren't super invested in that. Would prefer to get the Herald, but Atacon is still leashed. It is very angry, which is at least kind of amusing. As Yika, their health bar is allegedly dropping, but you would be as convinced as to that it was not doing that. Meanwhile, Boostus just gets flashed on, and that's going to be a lot of damage as Witchpat Black Mask going to try and soak up what they can. Cataclysm goes down, does not connect on to Boostus. Boostus still fine, but not being able to really fire back at all. Another bubble lands on Ao Pinguini, but that is not going to convert into anything. They do not want to go any further. They are fine getting the jungler and getting back out, going for that neutral objective. Almost certain.
It will be very easy to pick up this Rift Herald here. I'm still not used to Rift Herald staying around this long, because obviously in the past we've been spawned by now.
Yeah, I have to remind myself the Baron's 25 minutes now, like every game I cast. It's like, no, this is normal. Everything's normal. This is fine. Herald is gonna get picked up. Atacon is also still available. They decide to not go any further, not push their luck on that. Meanwhile, pushing is Victor in the bot side. Pinaholic trying to get something on the other side, but it's not amounting to a whole lot.
Yeah, you're able to get the outer turret there, crash this wave into the inner turret. You still have 5 grubs on your team, so like, if you do get alone time with turrets, you definitely can do some nice work on them. But yeah, you are pretty down in the pot right now. You are getting scaling very soon here, hopefully.
Yeah, waiting for even just that second item on Jinx, who is still at about an item and a half. The Victor also at about an item and 2/3. Going that kind of double burn with the Leandri's Blackfire Torch. But otherwise, still waiting on those champions to get those items. And in the meanwhile, the tankiness of the Spire is not as good as you would hope. The Maokai can do quite a lot. We see Witch Hat soaking up a lot of damage, but it really feels like, I don't know, to me at least, Elysium have so much ability to cut through the Maokai and the Gnar here, that it's very easy to just either ignore them or kill them and then kill one of the 2 carries, and that throws the fight to the wolves. at least for the Spires. Dragon spawns. Elysium are set up for it. Both top laners have TP, as Winfrey's gonna just... that is not a top laner. That is Syndra, who also has TP. That is Orianna. I'm sorry. it's ball merchant, Orianna. As Drake has been aggro.
This would be solved. You pick it up. Yika just on the flank right now, acting as a fatty meat. Still going. The steal still
going for the burger flip, which Hat learned from last game. Did manage to flip that one in their favor, but it is a steal for what? Mostly just delaying the game. Good to buy time, and I guess that is advantageous for the Spire. Big steal for Witch Hat, but Elysium can find a lot off of it for sure.
Yeah, if they can convert this into the Otacon, that is very bad for you. If they're not able to convert this into the Otacon, that's like, okay, you trade 1 kill to stop the soul for a little bit longer, that's fine. Does not look like that's going to be the case. Yika just taking a soul turret here in the mid lane. They dip on out.
And that is going to be the Otacon, almost certainly, here. Nobody going to even bother contesting it on the side of the Spire. They don't have their jungler, they don't have their gamers, they don't have the damage to even consider it as Otacon will be picked up. And that is a voracious Otacon once again going over in this game. This time to Elysium, who definitely have a comp to make use of the withdraws and force a fight and then win big off of it, even if they die, especially with Baron now spawned. Feels really bad for the Spire, and I don't know what they can do at this point to stop the snowball being mounted.
Yeah, because you look at your carries right now, I mean, Pineaholic's sitting on... That is not where you want to be. Your opponent's on 2.5 items working towards... It's not going to be the Rabadons, it's going to be the Shadow. That was cool. But, yeah, easy to start Baron here. Teleport to the mid lane as well. Try and secure this. I bet they have a hunch here on the side of the Spire, but the question is, will they be able to get into the pit to contest this? The answer is kind of looking a little like no.
Yeah, point guard Yika is going to be just keeping Witch Hat out of the pit. They're just going to let Winfrey split, and that's going to be giving over a big objective. And no withdraws having it burned either on that means that the Baroned up Elysium roster are now going to be sieging with the Otacon buff on them. That is not a good thing. That's really bad if your name is Boostis or Pineaholic, who will get locked up by the double combo. Ball being delivered successfully, but not enough damage going to be able to convert that, as Dilly was a little bit further back than they would hope. Guster Posey will get polymorphed and withdraw there, but Arrow picks one up on Witch Hat Black Mass. Not a huge loss for either side, and they do successfully stop the first wave. They do lose a turret. It's not successful, but they don't lose it in him.
Yeah, that's successful enough for me. So you hold on just a little bit longer. You finally have 2.5 items here on this Jinx. This Victor now sitting at 2 items with the double burn items, gonna help for sure. But there is also Spirit Passage completed here for Guster, Yika. Also, well, actually they haven't or MR yet, I should say. Unending Despair still.
I think Unending Despair is MR. I thought it was. Is it armor?
If it is MR, then it's both. I forget.
It
was
both.
at least originally armor, so I guess it's armor now.
It's both.
It's not a lot of resistance.
Yeah, we're splashing a little bit of MR, but we're definitely more armor favored. And I think I see the vision now that Yika is ulting Pineaholic every opportunity. You know, if you get rid of the magic damage, you can just be full armor Malphite. It makes sense to me. A genius plan, actually. As Pineaholic has had a very rough game here. Once again, just falling so far behind Sofonda in the early game, and that converted very poorly into these later stages. Now we are looking at an 8k gold lead, and we got another 3-man ulti combo! Yika finding everything and more, as it's just going to be easy pickings for the damage of Dilly to bat them away. as that is going to be a Dilly setting the bar here, as it were. We'll see a drop of Nami,
Winfrey?
but that is going to be a full combo into a victory. Nar is back up. I don't think he's got the sauce.
Winfrey's just sieging their base, Doc.
Wait, what?
Because Winfrey was top lane this entire time.
He was top lane.
Yeah, it's like because they're sieging your base with Baron. You got it back for that home slice.
That's atrocious. How
yeah.
dare?
I mean, obviously they weren't really favored to win the game from that point with how far behind they were, but I do got to call it Winfrey for that. That was a little bit sloppy, I would like to say, but that will be 1-1 on the scoreline here. And like you predicted, Becky, after that game number 1, things definitely pretty close here. Of course, this game number 2, a little bit more snowbally, thanks to all the early action favoring Elysium there.
Yeah, I think Elysium kind of identified after game 1 that the Spire their laning was not that great, especially in mid lane. It felt like Pinaholic lost a lot for just being a worse laner than their opponent, in which case they kind of exploited that this game. They're like, okay, we are going to attempt to win earlier. And I think it paid off this game. We did see a little bit of that attempted with the Tristana pickup last game. Just didn't have the right support for it, and Braum is just a really good champion. This game, it converts very well, and the scaling composition is thrown to the birds, as it is not able to actually scale. Just the whole map was just down this game for the Spire. It was very, very I was going to say very few bright lights. I don't think there were any lights on for the Spire this game, is they're just kind of looking to reset for game 2 and hopefully don't take a huge mental toll off of this one.
Yeah, I was like early on the Spire, I mean, they were trading blow for blow and put the aggression to a stop in the bot lane with how much Witch was coming down there. You had that 2-0 Jinx, but then Boostus just ends the game 3-3-0 because turns out you do 0 damage to a Malphite with, well, even just 1 armor item, let alone 3. So yeah.
Yeah, Yika, very good this game. Sofa, once again, very good. Dilly and Arrow did their job, I think. They were trading blow for blow, but eventually, like, the losses they were finding in laning, in top and mid, just caught up to them, and it was not anything left to do. With that said, we're going to go to a quick break, and we set up for game 3. We'll be back. Who will get the match point in this next game? We'll have to see how draft shakes out after the break. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are in draft for game 3 of our first playoff series here in the Blue Otter Premier League. We've got Elysium versus the Spire. Elysium fired back with an aggressive composition in game 2 and took the reins and ran with it. The Spire kind of just fumbling and falling out before 30 minutes. But now we do have a reset here. All those champions are off the board as we are looking to see who will get match point in this series. Corky will be our AD carry of choice. I hope it's not a mid lane, Corky. Please send this champion bot lane, as we have the Sivir being picked up. Somebody's getting put on Sivir duty this game. Will we group and win is the question. Spire setting themselves up for that at the very least with this Sivir pick, indicating something along those lines. What'd you like to see this game from these two teams?
Elysium, they've already got an aggressive AD carry in the bot lane, so that's going to be great for applying pressure. Spire, of course, lock into the scaling AD carry, like you said here. I would be a little bit worried about that. I'm also not a fan of the blind Vi. The champion is just so button-based, but it is such a strong button. The problem is this champion, if you fall even slightly behind, you just feel so useless in team fights. So I'm not the biggest fan of the pick. I understand.
You cut out there at the end for me, at least. All right, you're still muted. Oh,
All right, are we back?
you're back. Let's go.
Okay,
We're
cool. Had to
gaming.
just jump
Speaking
on
of
the
gaming, it's Ivern, folks. We've got Ivern. Ivern has been locked in. We're finally getting some sauce. If you felt games 1 and 2 were a little sauceless, we got some sauce right here in game 3. The Ivern has been locked in, and the Ornn will get picked up. I mean, two champions that do like grouping and winning are the Vi and Ornn. So already pairing well with the Sivir here and opening up a lot of options, but also could potentially get pinched out in terms of bans, especially because the Spire's mid laner has not been looking super great this game, and Elysium could just look to continue targeting them.
Oh my God. Okay. I heard some weird noise outside. Turns out it's a truck across the street. I don't think trucks were supposed to make that noise, but that's just me. Yeah, more scaling being locked in, like you say here. I'm hoping the Spire can just hit that late game fantasy here, because obviously with the Sivir plus Ornn, it is very much a 20+ minute comp. If you keep it even going to 20 minutes, things are hunky-dory.
Yeah, the Vi plot gives them a bit of pressure and also just allows them to fight against... it gives them a good button to click in the later stages to follow up on the Ornn or to kind of set up somebody to get CC chained by the Ornn ulti in conjunction with all the damage being found. Thanks to Sivir giving her team the ability to close the gap very quickly by moving swiftly. I will say some good options in terms of supports are available. Things like the Karma pairs very well with the Sivir. The Rel as well, I think, is a good choice. I do like Rel with Sivir. It gives another champion to just run at your opponent and try and beat them to death with hammers. But I'm a little concerned that we don't have enough damage yet, and it's going to come down to what our mid lane counter pick is. As Elysium, as that was what we're looking for, the R5 mid lane counter pick. Not something you see very often.
Yeah, because typically it's just so top lane favored, and you're usually happy to lock in mid lane towards the B2, B3 / R3 position. Not going to happen here. And it's going to be the Galio Garen just blind. Well, okay, the Garen's not blind, but the Galio's the blind one here. It does mean Elysium as a composition, like, this is very, very close range, and they have to go Unga Bunga. Your only direct way into the backline is going to be the Leona Zenith Blade, and then you can follow that up with the Heroic Entrance, which is fine. But I'm just wondering where the Ivern really fits into this composition, because Corky, I mean, you can enchant or buff this champion. It certainly does things. It's not like, say, a Jhin or an Ezreal who don't make as much use of it, but you're still not making as much use of it. So I'm curious how the Ivern's going to fit into this composition. That's something we'll have to see when we hit the Rift.
Yeah, I love the Veigar here. I think the Veigar is a fantastic choice At just kind of, you're not going to get very much. Galio's not going to pressure you that badly in lane, and he's also a melee champ who you can just batter with Qs if you find the opportunity to just farm your AP off of hitting an enemy champion. You can choose to do that if you don't want to last it with your Q, or meteors as well. Any stray meteor will get value in the landing phase, and all these champions kind of have to walk at you. Veigar sets up the baby cage, and you cannot walk at him anymore. And plus the Sivir speed will allow him to, again, just add more CC layered down with the Vi, with the Ornn, with the Rel. There's a lot of meat to cut through. You got three very beefy champions on the side of Elysium, plus Daisy, plus Ivern shields. So there's going to be a lot for the Sivir and Veigar to cut through, but I do think that the very least they have so much lockdown that it is possible. But man, Elysium's comp is so tanky, and I don't know if Spire has the damage to make it happen.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Obviously, the Garen doesn't build full tank. Typically, you kind of build a little greedy on the champion because you build like attack speed and crits, your E does more damage. And the quirky damage is going to fall off here, so if you are able to make it the distance here, your Ornn in the front line should be able to tank most, if not everything, against this comp, because there's not a lot of percentage health damage, there's not a lot of tank shred on the enemy team, aside from the Garen spin. If it hits you 6 times, it's going to lower your armor. If the Corki hits you with Gatling gun, that's going to lower your armor by a flat amount, but realistically speaking, that's not going to be a difference maker for the Ornn's tankiness.
Yeah, and it's also very armor attack damage heavy then, which gives Ornn and Rel the ability to kind of just pick up armor. It also means that Vi can spec into some more of just armor AD items rather than having to either sack one of those stats and lose out on that resistance, because you need some AD on the Vi. You gotta have some damage. You can't be a tank. So both these compositions honestly kind of low on damage, all things considered. They have to fight to make damage happen. We are gonna see 5v5s the whole game, I would imagine, at least once we get to those objectives. Everybody's going to be showing up for these scuffles. The question of who wins definitely seems like Spire have a stronger late game, but I don't know. What do you think? Which comp do you like more here?
I'm leaning towards the Spires personally. Like, triple melee against Veigar is just always a pain in the ass to deal with. And triple melee running into a Rel, that also sucks. And just the lack of damage issue, to cut through the Ornn at least. You're not super lacking on damage, but you're lacking on tank busting damage here. That can be a bit of a deal breaker once we get into the mid to late game, assuming that you don't put you're not able to put the Ornn 6 feet under.
Yeah. I will say I do also favor Spire's comp here, but I also favored their comp last game, and it really turned out that there was a big enough difference in the mid lane that they were able to get that snowball going. I don't know if Elysium have the tools to make an earlier snowball happen this game, but you know, it's not like they don't have any damage. It just feels like they have less of that obviously upfront tank shredding damage that they might need. But I also I'm not familiar with the Ivern factor. Don't really see the champion very much, so I'm curious as to what the Ivern's going to add to this composition, other than shielding and another body on the Rift. We'll have to see. We're going to go do a quick break. When we come back, we'll be in on the Rift for Game 3 of our series. See you then. Welcome back, everybody, here on the Rift for Game 3 of our series in the Blue Otter Premier League between Elysium and the Spire. 1-1 this game. Both teams looking to get match point off of this series. And both comps feel like they are cut from the same cloth, playing very aggressive, playing for those team fight victories. At least, but Elysium, they've got some split going with the Garen as a possibility, and they've got some funky options, while Spire definitely looking to scale a lot harder. Kind of just glancing around here, both teams going for another pretty standard 5-point start. The 5-point line of scrimmage. We got Leprechaun Vagar. We are near St. Patrick's Day, so it is very seasonal. Good choice, good skin choice. Very much respectable. Also have the green chroma of the train conductor Orn. So Spire setting themselves up for success here. You dress for success. That's what I hear.
Yep. And no Yeeports just yet. Winfrey was looking for one, but Yeekop's chilling around here. So neither of these jungles really going to be spotted out on their first clear.
Yeah,
Yeekop's a lot for this.
Yeah, Yeekop was conking there. As Inaholic, we'll take a punch from the Galio to get some AP. I imagine the trades, at least in the early game, are definitely going to be in favor of more of these, in favor of Elysium kind of across the board. Sivir does have a lot of ability to trade safely, so that could definitely help them, but Elysium's lanes do seem a lot stronger here in the earlier stages, at least until we get to a few levels. Maybe a couple of little components will allow them to fight back easier, as, yeah, nothing too ambitious right here. Vi going for a top 2 bot clear. Guster Posey looking for a similar clear as well, just trying to respond to the Vi, and that's kind of what you got to do as Ivern, is just be ready to jump on the enemy jungler whenever they show up.
Especially post 6 when you have the Daisy. Really great. It used to be such a pain in the ass to the enemy jungler, because they go in and it's like Daisy's just bopping them.
Yes, Daisy is very mean. What a very fun ability. I love it's such a shame that the game is non-functional and we can't have more of them, because I love Tibbers, I love Daisy, I love controlling a guy. I think it's very funny. It's very enjoyable to me, but you know, it's difficult to program, so I understand why it's very limited. And also, if so many people had it, it wouldn't be special. As Guster Posey, Ivern, friend of the trees, looking to free Witch Hat Black Mass from their mortal coil, as they are gonna go for. They will get the steal, but now Boost is gonna get locked up by the Zenith Blade, as Witch Hat will slow them down. The crash down is gonna happen, but that will not be enough to stop the first kill from going over to Dilly, as now Boost is limping away here. Witch Hat getting super punished by Guster Posey, just with the great map movement and really just the stellar steal.
Yeah, great movement, like you said there, and this is a really great start. Boost is just, that's kind of the window shopping equivalent of there. Just not seeing the enemy bot lane, then getting just tapped by all that. Nearly dies for that, but it does cost their jungler their life. It does jungler their blue here. It does put Witch on the back foot here. Gonna be a little slower to hit that level 6 power spike, which is just so important as champion.
Yeah, Vi is one of those champions. I know you're not a big fan of the Vi. You mentioned it. My boogeyman is Nocturne. I feel like Nocturne is so incredibly useless, and for similar reasons. Where every gank you have, you burn your ulti for it, and you try to get something out of it. And Witch Hat needs to really get to that point, and if they continue to kind of be behind in this game, it just gets worse and worse to be Vi and existing in the world, because you have functionally become a stun bot that then turns into like a melee minion. It's not great. It's not a great place to be, but it's not as awful And at least it's just a small deficit, at least for the time being, in terms of pressure. CS has at least been evened out here, as Guster Posey going to be wandering up top side. Plenty of vision on top river, though, so they will have info as Yikaw just going to try and stop the recalls here and keep Ornn in lane.
Yeah, because Ornn no longer, well, it's been quite some time, you no longer get the health when you purchase items, so that is a huge source of sustain for this champ. Down, used to be able to cheese so hard with that, like, yeah, I have 400 gold, let me just get 150 gold just instantly while also building towards my core because I'm a tank. Thank Lord that's gone. It was very cheesy.
Yeah, it was not fair, but as an Ornn player, I did enjoy it because I liked cheating. I liked abusing the game systems, me personally. Meanwhile, around the map, we have a trade of neutral objectives, which hat gonna be going for that Drake, unless Elysium have something to say about it. We do have, yeah, the jungler's topside. I was thinking that they might look to step up with the heroic entrance, but it would still be a 3v4. Not super favorable for them. So they will trade that Drake over for the first round of grubs. Yikaw going to help Guster Posey out. Friend of the Forest does not do a lot of damage to these neutral objectives without Daisy helping out at least. So Garen is almost like Daisy. It's basically the same thing. As Pineholic is possibly in trouble. No Ignite. Will take a ton of damage. And yeah, going to be forced out here. Does have the flash, but yeah, now Sofa gonna just stay here. Pineholic playing with fire. That is a Galio with flash. Flash blown. Q will collect them. The winds of war have blown away Pineholic.
Yeah, I'm scratching my head at Pineholic staying there for that. That is just so insanely greedy. Just get the hell out of there. And Sova just able to get scot-free more or less. I mean, doesn't even have to burn the flash there themselves. So Pineholic just kind of giving over a freebie there, in my opinion. It's going to put your opponent up 1-0. Going to put Galio that much closer to finishing off the MR Sunfire item.
We are called to train in, trying to blast Yikaw away. Flash going to get blown. Good stuff from Winfrey trying to get that one, but we'll get the summoner out. That's pretty big for them, as Garen also doesn't have really a great opportunity to recall. Will likely need to call some backup here or lose a plate. But it looks like doesn't want to aggress any further, as now the lanes kind of go back to a neutral-ish state as Pineholic takes half of their HP bar from Galio. Galio's got hands. Galio, I may have misrepresented this. I may have just not played against people who are good at the Galio champion when I've played Veigar into it, but yeah, he's got hands. You can't just eat every single ability from the Galio. You have to respect it. And Pineholic dropping half. Really bad.
We got some big CS leads here in the solo lanes right now. Especially top lane, but mid lane too. Like, Pineholic should just be more than fine sitting back and throwing out here to farm, but not the case. Idle Durand taunt, thankfully gonna miss here on the Veigar. Otherwise, Pineholic would have definitely been in a world of pain there with all three. You got 3 of your members yourself here, but I don't think you're gonna be able to do too much here, and there's gonna be some more pressure in the mid lane. Sure.
Yeah. So we dissuade any further engage, at least around the mid lane, but yeah, Sofa has total control over this lane as AO Pinguini is going to walk into 2 gamers and will be not crashing down, may crash out because of that. That looked wonky, but I think that was a spectator bug more than anything else. Is just the crash out didn't go through, and yeah, the dead Ralph walking into 2 gamers and dying. That's kind of just a good pickup for Dylan.
Yeah, as top does land once again, and Pineholic just get fatty there. Kind of destroy this lane, because I honestly feel like Pineholic should have an easier time just sitting out of trade distance of this Galio, but
Mhm.
turns out the Justice Punch has quite some range, or deceptively long range here.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're laning into this, I feel like this is a situation where you may just have to, and I don't know what Pineaholic is leveling in terms of abilities. I would guess that I feel like it's just kind of smart here to like, I just gotta pick up meteors. I gotta put a couple extra levels in meteor. Just try and get it big enough to clear the back line super easily. So you can be a little bit further away because you do have to get close for your Q. That's about it. We do have a TP coming in from the Galio as Wichat's going to get locked up. Full CC chain from the Leona. That is 3 seconds of pain. As now AO Pinguini is going to be next on the list. Will jump over the wall successfully this time. But here comes the root as Arrow does not have the stun in the tank. So we'll just say hello and walk away. And that's another big pickup for the side of Elysium. Taking out the enemy jungler right before the Drake spawn is massive.
Yep. And Grubs are up too on the top side. If they are able to also get those, that is very nice. I don't think they will be able to. Witch can path there, of course. Witch might just get someone out here by the jungle. Ecall has 3 levels up. Doesn't have the first item, but does have the Justice. Great button. Actually just going to proxy the wave here. So it looks like they should be able to pick up all 3 Grubs here at least. So you don't have to worry about the enemy having any stick there.
Yeah, all 3 Grubs will go over eventually to the Vi. Okay, Boostus has a good spell shield, avoids the stun there. Avoids what could have been very much certain death, as eventually this 3rd Grub will go into the pocket of Wichat. Yep, there it is. 3 Grubbins have been picked up by the Vi, as Guster Posey will walk up and just clean up whatever vision awards are spotted up there. Topside River very much lit up for the side of the Spire. Elysium have wards more kind of just spread around where they need them. So yeah, it's although I was gonna say the objectives are even, but the gold is definitely in favor of Elysium here, who have a 3k gold lead in their favor, off of kills, but also off of just the laning differentials around the map.
Looking in the bot lane here, not gonna find anything thanks to that Ferromancy slash crash down. Yeah, the 4 kills, the CS board here. It's at least the Spire have stabilized a little bit here. They're not giving up too much right now, and they're not like terribly far behind. Don't get me wrong, they're behind and by a notable amount. It's not a knockout, thankfully, and you're still scaling as a team here, and you can make up this gold deficit once the Ornn items come online in a few.
Yeah, definitely deficit you can make up. Wichat will be crashing into the Leona. Flash gonna get forced out there. Don't wanna go too far, as Yika will just spin and win on to Winfrey up there, destroying them with the Demacian Justice, and finally converting that CS lead into a solo kill, as mid lane Pineaholic continuing to kind of just slowly trade here, be able to do so more safely with the Roa and the Tier, but it's certainly not. It's certainly still a little bit dangerous. Here comes Vi, going for the cease and desist with the hero's entrance. Will respond to that. Arrow gonna pick up the first one to Wichat Black Mask. Knock up with the Justice Punch onto AO Pinguini. Boostus trying to kite back. Will take Arrow low, but not down, as Sofa burns one and Dilly flashes in for the other. That gank gets flipped on its head as the Spire crumbles here at around 15.
Yeah, it's going from bad to worse right now for the Spire. Right after I said they're kind of stabilizing a little, they liked that bot lane play, but Billy and Arrow were just already out of that one, honestly. Way you have to go in super deep. When Galio's missing mid, you have to recognize, like, yeah, we're probably in range entrance here, and entrance certainly was heroic, netting them a whole lot of kills on that bot side.
Yeah, a lot of kills going over to the side of Elysium here. 3-0 and 3 on Dilly, 2-0 on Sofa, 2-0 on Arrow. And the whole team is just leagues ahead. Yika will be found out CC chained by everything, but also very tanky. Will flash the wall there. There's nobody to collect them. They get out.
Yeah, they have the rest of their team there, thankfully.
Yeah, not only...
I mean, too much, but yeah.
Yeah, they get out. Not only do they get out, they just go back up to finishing that top lane turret. And now Pinguini is here again. I don't know how much this is going to make a difference. Windtree does pop the ulti. We're going to get a little bit of damage here. That's a lot of brittle procs. It could be enough. Almost certainly, yeah. Enough brittle procs, percent health. Yika will get finally punished there. That's a lot of time invested. But Boostis is on the bot side looking to get a turret here. That would be big.
It would be, but turns out there's a Galio with Hollow Radiance here now. You can't really see to that as the Sivir solo. Yes, you have the Essence Reaver. Yes, Galio is much more MR favored than armor favored, but at the end of the day, you're a lone one-item Sivir. Sivir, even on the best, really hard time 1v1ing champions. You don't have a lot of upfront burst, and you have to hope you don't get hit by anything. Good team fight damage, of course, but that doesn't matter too much when the Galio just goes in and taps you.
Yeah, you never want to be one-tapped by Galio. Other champions maybe, but Galio, it feels sad. It happens, you know. Tanks have hands, and Pinaholic has felt them this game. Justice Punch gonna go in. The Idol of Duran will taunt up Witch Hat Black Mass. That Vi is a melee minion this game. Baby Cage is gonna go down. It's gonna lock 3 people in Baby Jail, and that is a big combo coming back out. The heroic entrance will drop to do some damage. We do get one shut down for Winfrey. AO Pinguini's gonna drop. Sofa picking up that one. Pinaholic looking to aggress on the Guster Posey. Shield will negate that Q damage. Now Pinaholic's gonna have to kite back out. The Baby Cage is gonna be back up here. We'll use it defensively. We'll keep them safe. Boostis looking to keep the play going. Justice Punch does not connect. And the carries are able to kite out. Finally picking up something, but it's not a lot.
It's not a lot, like you say here. You're also going to give up another dragon here. Exactly on another game. Enemy team, so not too concerned about that. By the time Soul's up, if you last until Soul here comes, hopefully stand up by then.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully you've scaled it once you reach Soul, but like last game, it feels like the scaling for the Spire is so far away. And the other members are already at such a deficit that it feels really difficult to make that happen. The Vi this game, the Vi tragedy has kind of come to fruition as you kind of called earlier with the champion not being the best of champions despite having a good button. It's really just not delivering, and it has not delivered this whole game. We just haven't seen the pick do anything, but they also haven't found any opportunities because the targets on Elysium are either so tanky or so safe.
Yeah. Yeah, the cease and desist, I mean, great if you have follow-up, but not so much if you don't. And 0-4 with just the Sundered Sky, yeah, not gonna be too fun going in as this champion. Just getting bullied out of your jungle too here and there. See what Spire can do, because if they're able to stabilize here, stop the bleed, as well as maybe claw back some of this gold lead, hold that thought, can they win this 2v1?
Can they win 2v1? It's certainly possible. Ornn does do a lot of damage, but will Witch Hat drop in the process? A lot of CC coming down, knockups coming through, but the redemption will give Yika a second lease on life, and will give them the ability to duck out of that. 2 ultis for 1 traded, as Yika continues to stay alive and apply pressure on the top side. And that's again Ornn ulti getting burned to fight Garen may not always be a good thing, but I guess there's not a whole lot else to do with that ulti with no objectives on the map.
Yeah, that and cease and desist was also committed there, as well as flash. What do you get out of Yika? I mean, Yika used their ulti.
That yeah, Demacia and Justice. That's it kills. So if they don't have it, that's not nothing. They have everything else though, and they are already back at full HP and exactly where they were when they got ganked a minute ago. As Yika is going to be spinning here. This time they have backup as Sofa has arrived with the Garen. And that is just going to be 2 members on top side, Pinaholic. No, you don't have minions there. You got to push the minions up with it to get that damage. As a lot of time wasted. Huge Idol of Durand over the wall as Galio picks up so much value. The Ornn ulti comes in. We've called the train, but the train is late, folks. As that is 3 down for nothing. Windtree gonna dive in with the Veigar, but this Veigar has no value, no AP, no damage, nothing in their pocket. And at 22 minutes, this inhib will drop. And the Spire is looking worse for wear here.
Great hop over the wall there, though, from Sofa there. Landing the 3-man taunt underneath the enemy turret. You have easy follow-up, and teamwork makes the dream work there. Letting you further your gold lead even harder. Even pressuring this top lane inhibitor turret, able to take that. I think Yika at least has to run away from this.
Yeah, we do have the cease and desist, but I don't know if we want to attempt to fight him. I don't think we would. If they did, Galio did just TP up there, so that would have been horribly. So it's a good thing they did not decide to commit to that, making the smart, safe choice. They really do need to try and stabilize the bleeding, but it's just, we've been saying that for like 5 minutes, and it has not panned out as the bleeding continues across the map for the Spire. We do have a stun onto Yika, could convert into something. We do have Pinaholic, and that is nothing. Yep, nope. Just having to burn some cooldowns there, the heroic entrance, just to give some sort of extra survivability to the Garen, but I think even without that, he would have been fine as just maybe more of a zoning play. Meanwhile, Otacon has been picked up, and this is, again, the 3rd Voracious Otacon of the night, as once again, Elysium have the right champions to make the most out of this aggressive buff.
Maybe the Spire, since they're on this dragon first, they're able to take in time. Thing is, you don't have any here, so never mind. You got the Scuttle, at least you'll be able to watch this game.
Hey, you get to watch it be taken. That's almost as good as taking it yourself. You know, it's like, you know, you visualize success. It's almost as good as doing it, right? It's that's what I tell myself at least. One day, the weights in the corner of my room will be lifted. It will happen. I visualized it, and that's as good as doing it. And we see the dragon drop, and that is a second chem tech over to the side of Elysium, who are absolutely dominating the Rift right now. About a 9k gold lead, close to a 9k gold lead in their favor, as the damage, the scaling has once again not come through fast enough at 25 minutes. This might even be a quicker game than the last one.
Yeah. Even with this 9k gold lead, though, it feels like at least the Spire have had some breathing room to defend their base. I'm not going to say it's a lot, but it is something, at the very least. Say that, though, because right now, top lane under siege. Bit of a caster curse, I guess, but at the same time, it's just such a wall of diff. Able to dodge out of that rel Q. Let's go right on back to siege.
Yeah, the siege continues. Galio holding down the mid lane on their own, getting that wave moving, aggressing 2 lanes at once, and then, of course, having the Garen on the 3rd lane. That is 2 inhibs down at 25 minutes. Got a taunt landing on the Boostis. Boostis will drop instantly. That is Sivir down. It's up to Pinaholic to do the damage here. Good ulti coming in from the Ornn. Huge 4-man knockup but is there going to be enough damage to make it happen? Guster Posey going to take one down. We do have Ornn in the midst of it, and it's just going to be another tank dropping 2v4. We have a caster minion and a melee minion trying to defend the base here, and I don't think they've got enough to make it happen. The stun will land. That will force Guster Posey out. Flash with the shield will be enough, and that's going to be potentially a third inhib picked up. And 3 inhibs down at 26 minutes. Feels like game over.
It is. Because coming back from 2 down inhibs is already extremely low. 3 inhibs, of course, means you are going to be stuck in this base just permanently for the next several minutes. I don't know the timer on mid lane inhib, though. That might be back up in maybe a minute to 2's worth of time. Okay, we
But
can't
then
really see
you're
the
also,
inhib players.
while you're stuck in base, Baron is taken, and once they get Baron, they just walk down mid lane, and what do? So it's real bad. Winfrey has only just now gotten the first ornament on to Sivir, which second one has been acquired. So we have 2 ornaments now, for whatever that's worth. I feel like, you know, get the gold value charts up, I suppose. But yeah,
Just
look
looking for a
at-
miracle steal here, but
yeah, there's no burger joint this side of the Mississippi is gonna allow you to get that flip going, as Pineaholic will be on the menu to be taken out here, but never mind. Yeehaw could get flipped on. We'll just run away.
oh, definitely lands.
Okay.
2
Arrow.
flashes.
Yeah, Arrow staying alive here. Flash is getting blown. We got a last stand mounted. Last stand is going to have to be mounted. I do not know if it is possible. I do not think it is possible, but the magic can happen. Okay, the magic is over. We have gotten a taunt onto Pineaholic. Ayo Penguini is going to drop immediately. That is 1 down off of the Garen execution. The redemption heal comes in. Arrow dives the back side. So much damage firing out. Witchat will drop next. The heroic entrance will drop. These turrets are going to drop as well. Dilly will fall. The turret was ramped up enough, and now it is down to Galio, Yeehaw, and Guster Posey to do the damage needed to end the game. And at 28 minutes, it will be the Elysium already putting it on the scoreboard for him. No need to beat around the bush. That was a slaughter.
Yeah. I mean, that was what, 4 kills picked up here for the Spire. I don't know what the game plan here is going to be here for the Spire. Clearly, picking like a bunch of scaling hasn't worked out here. The Sivir plus Ornn, I mean, Sivir especially just never came online. 2.5 items with the Ornn upgrade. Technically, there's some damage in there, but the problem is like the enemy front line just got too fat at that point, and we'll see. Maybe the Spire just goes for a more aggressive comp next time around.
Yeah, hopefully they go for that. Some kind of aggression. I do not know if it will happen. I do think that they really need to try and get something better for their mid lane. I think it is just kind of like a skill differential. They've struggled the whole series, and I get it. These things happen. Sometimes you're just not the better player on the day or on the Rift. And Sofa has done so well every single game this series. Yeehaw has held their own quite well. Guster Posey has shown up these last 2 games. It has become very difficult for the Spire to take them down. So I don't know exactly what the Spire has left in the tank as we get into game 3. I know you said aggression. Anything else? What can Elysium do to close it out? What's the play? Just keep the same game plan going?
Yeah, I mean, go in. They have the early power advantage that worked out for them games 2 and 3 here. So locking in game number 4 seems like the clear call. Just be able to unga bunga on the enemy team and put them behind a sizable amount early on.
Yeah. We'll see who will unga their last bunga in our next game, as we could have the conclusion of our series in Game 4, or the Spire will fire back and take us to Silver Scrapes in Game 5. Stick around, we'll see what happens in draft after the break.
Come down the endless fire, to break forth the ages, to be left with no pain. You'll see your vision's eye, and give your body to the fire. It's true that you were born to die. So now we set your spirit free. Let the lifeless clear away. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. Powerless lifelines free from time. 'Cause we exist to survive the changing tide. The blade is born once again. Another one is slain, bringing an everlasting fires, yeah. Cold rivers cross throughout these veins. Another torment gets me. The pain is calling out through my waiting years. So now we set your spirit free. Let the lifeless clear away. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. Powerless lifelines free from time. 'Cause we exist to survive the changing tide. Live my life till so let us free you of your life. Give your body to provide. When your judgment on his side, we must guide you to the light.
Welcome back, everybody. Here on the Rift, we are hot dropping into the draft with Game 4 of our series between the Spire and Elysium. Elysium up 2 here, looking to close out the series, and the Spire looking to hold strong with their heart still beating in Game 5. We've got Ziggs B1, and we are spawning with Ezreal. This is great news. Picking up these presumably bot laners, although Ziggs is definitely still a flex, can go mid, can go bot. It just remains to be seen. I do like the Ziggs as a B1 option. As we get into Game 4 of Fearless, though, we're starting to see a lot of those big supports off the table. Big junglers off the table. And I have to start digging deep for some of these champion options.
Yeah. Yeah, and with how the bans were in the previous series, I think the Ziggs is going mid lane because it's always been paired with other mid lane bans. So, see what the Spire can do with that. The Diana, possibly mid. Could also be jungle. The champion definitely a flex pick. I don't know how well the Diana does into the Ziggs. It really just comes down to how well can you threaten the Ziggs with all-ins pre-6. Because if you can't do that and the Ziggs can just perma shove you under turret, I feel like that's going to be suffering with this champion. Of course, it's a different story if this is the Diana jungle. Very classically is paired with Yasuo mid because you just go in, you press your R, that lets Yasuo get a fatty ulti off, and things are hunky-dory.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of good combo with the Diana. I don't think mid lane. You probably have good kill pressure on the Ziggs early on, at least with the Diana, but I don't know if it's enough to justify sending it into the mid lane unless you feel really confident and you just want to break their ankles. And I feel like we could see that. Elysium's mid laner has done very well this series, so definitely could be looking for some ankle breaking behavior. But we do have the Nautilus getting picked up. Has been flexed in other leagues, but I do not think we're going to be seeing any spicy Nautilus top gameplay like it's 2012. I think we're just going to be looking at a Nautilus support.
Technically, it was Nautilus Jungle Gaming 2012. Nautilus top was back when you could get the double Doran's ring or triple Doran's ring as tank top
Right.
laners. So it was like, it was mostly him and Galio. I think Malphite also made some showing up in that meta. I want to say that was season 6. It might have been season 5 or 7. I can't quite remember.
I think it was. I played Nautilus top in season 5, so that might have been when it was. I also played him jungle around 2012, so I got confused. I've played Nautilus. I wish he was a jungler. Bring him back. He's my favorite.
Yeah.
He's my favorite guy. I'm very sad. So we do have. Oh, do we only get 3 bans in Game 4 for both
Yeah,
teams?
it seems so. That's one thing I was curious about before the start of the series. I know a lot of full fearless modes like this where every champion gets banned. In Game 4, there's no second round of bans, and I think Game number 5, there's just no bans whatsoever because by that point, it's what 50 champions off the board? No, it would be 40 champions off the board. But right now, there's 30 champions off the board, so yeah, Bulls are getting tight, like you mentioned here, well into the second round of picks here, confirming it is a Ziggs mid. Unsurprisingly, the Kaisa into the Ezreal. I don't mind that. The Ezreal, unless you can play a really aggressive Ezreal early on, which is possible, it's just hard to do. The Kaisa typically gets some free scaling in this lane, and a Kaisa that gets free scaling means you hit the breakpoints earlier, and that just is really nice as the champion.
Yeah, the only concern I have is that scaling has not really panned out very well for the Spire so far. But I guess Elysium's comp is less good at exploiting that weakness this time around. Ezreal not the most aggressive. Rakan can be aggressive, but it really depends on his partner. Diana also really just kind of depends on the rest of the map state. We have the Cho'Gath getting picked up as the blind top. Mordekaiser will be the response to that. It looks like I could be mid Cho'Gath, and it could be Olaf top, and it looks like we're gonna have some fascinating choices here for the Elysium composition. Elysium has constructed a large battering ram that they are going to attempt to destroy the Spire with. Two large fellas supported by Diana and Rakan, and then Ezreal's there, trying to just run over the Spire. I do like the idea, but I don't know if it'll pan out this game.
I mean, I like the Cho'Gath flex mid here, honestly. Yes, you probably almost certainly can't match the wave clear of Ziggs. Only a Nivea post 6 can really do that, but you're fine with that. If you land one Rupture into Feral Scream, you have kill threat against this champion. Eventually, you just finish the Hallowed Radiance, and you kind of just get tickled by the Ziggs in lane, so I don't mind it too much here. It's just going to be a matter of, will you have enough kill threat, so to speak? Because if the Ziggs for the Spire can just sit back and AFK wave clear against you, that is going to lower a lot of the effectiveness of this pick of the Cho'Gath. And it does also mean with the Olaf top, you really need a snowball as this champion, because falling behind his Olaf is very painful.
Yeah, Olaf is another one of those champions where it just feels really bad to fall behind. You need to have some kind of advantage. I do think, based on what we see in the past couple of games, I like Elysium's composition enough that I think with the momentum they've had going into this game, I would favor them to win. If we're just looking at comps in a vacuum, I always like to favor compositions like the Spire, the one that the Spire has, but I don't know. I just don't think it's going to be enough this game to really stop what Elysium have going for them in the draft.
Yeah, for Elysium, it really just comes down to me how aggressive they can play early on. Diana Jungle, I'm not too familiar with it because it honestly has been a while since I've seen it. Probably like 2-ish seasons since I've cast a game of it. The clear speed's definitely fine. Ganks early on, they're not the best, really. Yes, you have a gap closer, but what CC do you have? You really have to hit level 6 to have that Moonfall. At least you have some CC to set up for you in mid and bot lane here, so those are definitely gankable. Yeah, so I'm curious what the Diana game plan is going to be here, because obviously in the top lane, Olaf going to be extremely aggro here from Eka, and look to just kind of barrel down. And typically you like it when the jungler is able to help out early on, because the Olaf is a bit of a gank magnet here.
Yeah, so production has confirmed that it is in fact Olaf top, Diana jungle, Cho'Gath mid, which is kind of what we were saying was going to happen anyways. And I do agree, Olaf is a gank magnet. He shoves in waves, and he's also just like a big meatball that has no mobility. So you can just kill him if he does not have Ragnarok up to get himself out of dodge. But I will say, there are freaks in draft. So I have seen Diana jungle somewhat recently. She's basically somewhere between what you would see Evelyn try and do with ganking as an AP jungler, and also just a Roomba, one of the Roomba champions, full clearing until they find any opportunity and just trying to power scale that way. So I don't know if she'll be able to provide that much support to Yikon topside, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong many times, and I will continue to be wrong probably about this, so we'll have to see. But for the time being, we're going to go to a quick break for the spectator delay. When we come back, we'll be in on the Rift for Game 4. Could be our decisive match as Elysium look to close out and the Spire look to hold strong. Stick around. We'll have the game coming at you after the break.
stuck in a world that I fear? No escape, nowhere to go. From here, then it goes. Hey now, come on now. It's alright, let your emotions show. Hey now, come on now. It's alright, let your emotions show. Hey now, come on now. It's alright, let your emotions show. Hey now, come on.
Welcome back, everybody, here on the Rift for Game 4 of our series between the Spire and Elysium here in the Blue Otter Premier League. I am Becky Rita. Joining me for Game 4 here is again Go for Eno. As we have Elysium has drafted once again a very much a composition that's going to try and run you over. The Spire are going to look to try and hold out and not get run over as much. Interesting picks here. We've got the Diana jungle. We had a flex around with the Cho'Gath sending it to the mid lane. And in top side, we have Yi Ka on the Olaf. So interesting stuff. Really smart drafting, I think, from Elysia to navigate the Cho'Gath out of a dangerous situation. We'll see if the Ziggs is any much more favorable, though.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you're the Spire, obviously you can't lose this. You're just out for the season. There is no losers bracket as far as I'm aware of. So, do or die. We'll see what they can do here. Have to mount something. And yeah.
Yeah, another pretty stable start here. No real, we got a little bit of vision out. We probably have an idea. We do have a defensive ward on the Raptors for, Elysium have that on the enemy Raptors, so they may or may not see which at those Raptors before that runs out.
Olaf Gaming, baby.
Olaf level 1 power spike, baby. He's throwing his axes. You are caught in the undertow right here as Winfrey is already worse for wear, but Yika did have to burn a lot of HP for that and are both going to be chugging potions here. We do have an engage level 2 early by Boostus and Ayo Pinguini, getting a lot of burst down. Great knock-up from Arrow will dissuade further assault, but the Ezreal just does not have the damage to fire back this early on.
Yeah. I mean, Ezreal level 1's pretty decent because auto Q auto combo your Mystic Shot on a relatively low cooldown as long as you're hitting it this early on. So But of course, it's kind of hard to defeat it. Them being level 2 and you only being level 1 is that CC for Penguini, and that helps boost us just stack up the plasma passive that much more easily.
Yeah, we'll see the... Yeah, that's one of the good things about pairing the Nautilus with the Kaisa is that Nautilus just really sets up for Kaisa's damage. Really good duo here. A knock-up coming out from Arrow will dodge out on the hook. That is definitely a good thing. As we get a glimpse of the mid lane there. Sofa does have a minor CS. Never mind. There's a even CS right now, although it will be a small lead for Pineaholic here. More importantly is that Pineaholic is really low on mana in this lane already, while Sofa is looking pretty good for themselves and will set up here to just kind of be able to stay in this lane forever, because I don't know exactly if Ziggs has the damage pressure to force away Cho'Gath. So even with a minor advantage and shoving the Cho'Gath in, Cho'Gath does have the ability to clear pretty well. At least when they get some levels on his abilities, he can clear out those waves efficiently. Not as fast as Ziggs, of course, but still pretty efficiently nonetheless. Diana on the bot side looking for something. Guster Posey is going to go in. Knockup will not land on either Boostus or AO Pinguini. They'll go ahead and disengage. Never mind. Pinguini throwing out a Q will not amount to anything, as Yikal is going to ghost out of that one, realizing that do not want to try and risk that and did not want to die.
Yeah, Buried the Ghost there. Thankfully, it's not the longest cooldown summoner spell. It's about 3.5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, so that'll be up in just enough time there. And yeah, you can go back to town here. Thankfully, with your W, you can get some nice Omni, well, lifesteal, I should say. And then also, you have the Doran's Blade here. Don't know if that's going to be enough.
Yeah, do not know if it's going to be enough. Yikal's going to try and fire back here with those autos. We'll have to flash. Winfrey and Yikal both at no HP. Gamer Posey is on the top side, though. Winfrey may be very greedy here, and that is going to be a dead Mordekaiser. That is a good night. Winfrey's greed is their downfall in this lane as Guster Posey picks up first blood.
Yeah, thankfully Yikal doesn't get any assist money there. Gets a little bit of EXP for being in the area. And like you said, that was just kind of flat out greed there from Winfrey. You're super low yourself. I mean, yeah, you have Flash. Flash is not going to do you that much. Lane. Just a little freebie given on over. Give Guster Posey some extra gas in the tank here. Has the Faded Ashes. I don't know if you really need that for clear speed on Diana. You're pretty decent thanks to your passive and all that attack speed. You don't really benefit from Black Yandres as this champion, but such is the state of AP junglers, I guess.
Yeah, it's more of just a requirement for the role as an AP jungler, even if you don't like the item. There's just really not much better you can get. So you have to just yeah, I mean, I'll take it. Yeah, Olaf now. Yeah, Olaf is now gaming. Has hit level 6. We've traded our ultis here. Olaf has Ragnarok. He's CC'd immune. We do have a big shield. No, we do not. The cooldown is not there for Winfrey, as that is Olaf taking down Mordekaiser in the 1v1, and we're likely going to see a repeat of that very frequently here.
Yeah, you can also technically dodge the Death Throne if you're really good at timing the Ragnarok, but of course, as we saw there, Yikal not needing that, not summoners. Winfrey almost had it there, the stolen stats you get in the Death Realm. Really coming in clutch there until they didn't, and turns out Olaf is just able to run you down so well here, even with just the finish.
Winfrey just flashed.
Okay.
Winfrey just flashed.
Yeah, that's gotta be up there.
No, I think they flashed to go for a drag back on Yikal because Yikal was under turret and Witch Hat Black Mass was moving up there, but it didn't look like. I don't know why you would do that, to be honest.
Spotted here. See what the collapse is, because it's only the Ziggs right now. Guster does have the smite here, so okay, they're just that one. Great.
Yeah, that is going to be a trade of neutral objectives. First round of Grubbins goes over to Elysium. First Drake went over to the Spire, as Quichat Black Mass is hovering around mid. We'll just try to bully the Cho'Gath here, at least a little bit, but will not be able to do anything there. As Cho'Gath has acquired the special boots, the new Mobies. I can't remember the name of it because
Souls, synchronized soul.
yeah, the synchronized souls. The one that you almost never see, but I do really like it on Cho'Gath in this situation because it's the boots for roaming. And if you're Cho'Gath, you're kind of wanting to counter roam or just be able to move aggressively around the map. So I think that is a heads-up decision from Sofa here to pick that up for the Cho'Gath mid. But, you know, I can't imagine there'd be anything that would be that much better. Oh, you also get the empowered recall there, so that allows him to reset more efficiently. We are opting into... there's some Cho'Gath tech I'm not aware of with this item.
Oh, this is the speedy Cho'Gath build, yeah. I didn't think you rushed the Shirelia's here, but I guess that's single. I forgot the exact Shirelia's in it, but basically you just have enough move speed, you land one rupture, and then they cannot get away from you.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb.
Yeah, it's like you used to do this with it was you'd go Chemtech Overlord with the move speed on that active, plus like Deadman's and Shrelia's, and you just like sprinted at an enemy to hit a rupture, then chomp them instantly. Very funny. I'm glad to see that we are innovating on Cho'Gath technology like this. It warms my heart to see that running at your enemy and chomping them is still the best way to play this champion. At least advantageous in this game, and I don't disagree. I think especially for the lane you're in, you might as well opt into it. Guster Posey is looking for something. The rupture will go down. That Ziggs bomb is not going to do anything, but Witchat will get the kill in return with the Cyclone and Flash. The Andre's completed for Guster Posey, but Pinaholic really in the trenches here once again for the 4th game of the series.
Seeing Leandre's and Diana's just it's not
depressing. Right. It's wrong. It's like morally wrong. Like I get it. I understand why, but it's a sign of the times, if anything.
Like, please just make another AP jungle item. Like, make Sheen build into AP. Well, okay. Make something that helps you build.
Sheen building into an AP jungle item? I've never seen that go disastrously wrong before.
That's true. Well, that was back when mid laners could buy the
that's true.
Here. Almost in range. Yeah.
Yep. Good night. That is a delicious feast in the mid lane for Cho'Gath. Getting a solo kill on it to Pinaholic there.
As a bot lane here. Quickness pop, flash pop.
Okay, we got the quickness, we got the knockup, we've got AO Pinguini dead to rights. That's gonna be one picked up for Elysium once again. Just around the map, kills being picked up, and the Spire falling so far down so quickly already. Here at a 3,000 gold deficit. Top lane not looking great, mid lane not looking great, now bot lane suffering. It's looking really rough at this point, but there's still plenty of game left to be played, and we are still going to be waiting for Kaisa in Ziggs.
We're waiting on the cooldown, I think.
Now
this is esports right here.
Now this is gameplay. Yeah, that's what I like to see. We're popping Shirelia's.
Here.
Oh,
we're good. There could be a baboom.
Never. We couldn't get in range. The good knockback from the Ziggs with that bomb, but now we do have an engage right here. Rupture's going to go and hit 2 right there. That is a great bomb from the Ziggs. The Mega Inferno bomb will do a lot to Arrow and Guster Posey, and will force that engage to stop. But yeah, good disengage from Pinaholic to keep the team alive.
Yeah, if that Pinaholic Bomb or Satchel does not land there. They're basically... Oh, so
Yeah.
being better rights here. There's no consume available.
Yeah, no feast, but we are just gonna land every rupture anyways. Not nearly enough damage, unfortunately, to kill that. As I am now realizing the Cho'Gath has Hail of Blades.
Oh yeah, that's also part of the tech.
This rocks actually. I might play Cho'Gath. I might be on the Cho'Gath board. I've not seen this. This is new technology to me, at least.
So basically, you pop your E as Cho'Gath when you have Hail Blade. Keep in mind, your E does percentage damage, so it does give you some nice burst, as the Synchronized Souls have been up modern day Mobies since they kind of Moby Boots, maybe not the best for the game.
Yeah, they don't feel super great to buy if they're either too good or not worth it. And I do think they made a kind of a good balance here of a niche boot that doesn't feel awful to buy or oppressive if you don't buy it. It's really kind of a value exchange if you go for it. I think it's kind of a, you don't see it that often. It's not like it changed the game of League of Legends, but I like having these kinds of options because it allows you to play the game in funny ways. And I'm always a big fan of funny gameplay. What might not be funny here is what happens to Windtree, as Olaf, I don't think right-clicked a single time other than right-clicking Winfrey at the start of that. Took their hands off the keyboard and let the rest of the work just play out. As once again, Winfrey drops there in the 1v1. And now in the mid lane, Sofa has missed the rupture. Hail of Blades went through, not nearly enough to up damage. If that rupture lands, it is lights out for the Ziggs. It's gonna be lights out for this bot turret here. Do have the quickness as an engaged tool. Guster Posey has Moonfall as well.
Not up yet.
AO Pinguini is low. Moonfall goes down. A lot of damage coming out from the True Shot Barrage, but HP bars are limping low, but not enough. Guster Posey still alive. Arrow is still alive as well. Narrowly escaping. Don't want to go any further with the Mega Inferno Bomb as a threat. And Elysium will get turret and walk away.
Yep, turret. Get out some summoners. Of course, I mean, you did expend the Ignite, you did expend fuel yourself, so it's not like you have summoners in I completely agree, but you're definitely coming out on top in trade here. Pretty damn favored to win the game overall. I mean, 6-8 gold lead already soon into the game, and it's not like you have a massive kill lead. It's not like you're killing left and right. There's 6 kills on the board. It's just mostly CS. It's mostly plates. There's just the first turret monies coming on through. Ragnarok popped? No.
Yeah, Ragnarok will not need to be popped, but maybe it will be as Winfrey has found an angle, taken the Hex Gate. Maybe an angle to die horribly, though, as Guster Posey getting a lot of damage. Knock up from Arrow. Dilly is going to complete that one as Winfrey will, in fact, be dead. Pinaholic getting silenced. The Rupture doesn't land, but it's not going to be... Okay, yeah, it's not going to be needed. Meanwhile, up in that fight with Winfrey, they're sitting at 1 HP. They will eventually get taken down, but Witch Hat is on their own. No feast for the Cho'Gath, but will not be needed. Okay, we're waiting to see this monkey go down, and that is Witch Hat dropping an objective bounty claimed, but it is a drop in the bucket, and the bucket is in the hands of Elysium.
Yeah, 1 for 3 there. You get your first turret of the game, but you're gonna give up this Herald here. Dragon spawning pretty soon. Maybe if Elysium has to back here, you'll be able to just fast rotate up to that and get yourself a dragon for the game. Definitely would be appreciated here. Would stall out a potential enemy soul just that much more longer. You don't want to be staring down the barrel of that. Always makes things tricky to deal with. But it's Hex Gates on the Rift here. I got bamboozled because I saw the Ocean Dragon in the top left. He taking, right, still hasn't fixed that goddamn bug in Spectate with the icons not properly showing for Chemtech or Hextech Dragon. The only time they fixed it is just only for Chemtech, and that's because they removed Chemtech from...
Maybe someday we'll get functioning.
Like, writers know about this. they have to deal with on the Tournament Realm client too.
Maybe
So
next
I'm not
year.
sure.
Maybe
The
next
icons are
year.
there. Like we could see it under the scoreboard. It's like, okay, yeah, now we know. They should be.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever get the fix for it. But you know, Yeehaw will be getting another kill onto Winfrey, who is absolutely bleeding out here. Okay, we got one return kill. We take those. We take
Minion block,
those.
AD.
League of Legends is a great game. The minion block, doing great work here. Will allow Winfrey to at least get one kill on the board. Not nearly as sad as being 0-5. Absolutely just demolish this game. It is a Grand Canyon, and the Spire have to somehow cross it without falling to their death. Do you think it is possible?
And technically, it's always possible, yeah. Your stalling tools are coming online here, aka this for Pineaholic. Yes, you're 0-3, but you almost have the double lost chapter item completed here. I'm assuming you took the Manflow Band as well, so you'll just be able to wave clear so much here as this champion. As long as the enemy team doesn't get Baron, you can infinitely hold waves, and that makes things much easier for you. Let's see if Winfrey's able to take this. They're 2 levels down here.
Yeah, they are 2 levels down. Winfrey is still looking pretty healthy though. Sofa is low. Never mind. Good night. Get game played. Get counter played, Bozo. You should have thought about that one before stepping into the ring with Cho'Gath.
Yeah, because Winfrey doesn't even have their first item. The Grievous Wounds detour here, because you're against Doloth, it makes sense, but that just feels so bad here. Like, the enemy Cho'Gath here, 2 items complete. Has the Proto Belt, has the Shirel. Like, it's just a item diff right now.
Yeah. Definitely just a gold diff here for sure. It's really unfortunate. Like you said, anything is certainly possible, and at least Boostis is their KD's looking good this game. But I don't know if Kaisa alone has the ability to cut down the champions that Elysium has, because as it turns out, every single one of Elysium's champions are going to kill you to death if you are a squishy champion. If you are the target, they will right-click at you, and there's not really a whole lot you can do about it. You can put one in the Death Realm, maybe, but that's about it. So we'll have to see if the Kaisa can mount an effort here. But it is just
both your evolutions.
Yeah, we're not so far out of it. At least it feels bad and it looks bad because it is bad. But you know, there have been worse game states we've seen in our lives. This one, I've seen bigger throws happen. I saw one player threw a 10k gold lead twice in a week. So we do have a Cyclone getting potentially used. Quickness and the knock up here will allow Yeehaw to get out of dodge. Witch Hat gonna try and complete that kill. Guster Posey gonna go in, get interrupted. Dilly's gonna get one. We get another knock up here as on the back side of this fight, Winfrey is gonna try and kill Guster Posey, but will not do so fast enough. On the front side of that fight, we had Sofa just walk in, get a kill. This Cho'Gath skin rocks. It's so good as Ziggs will get eaten up delicious for dinner as Boostis once again stays alive. Their KD remains, but their team does not.
Yep. And definitely tragic here. Because, I mean, the Spire, they took game number 1, mind you. But game number 2, things went south. Game number 3, things went south. And number 4, Ragnarok, not quite available, but we do also have the stats to check this. Not quite, never mind.
KD's improving. This is the comeback.
Yeah.
Here's how Elysium can still lose.
Because, I mean, this Kaisa here for Boostis, you do damage. If you're able to keep continuously proccing Plasma here, nice mix damage. And it's not like you have the best enemy front line right now. You know, that one.
What do you say about that?
Because it's a Cho'Gath with a bunch of health. It's a Diana with a modicum of health. It's a Olaf with a decent chunk of health, a little bit of armor. Dragon not stolen here, and this should just be a dead Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, I get why you flip, because, like, what else are you doing with your life at this point? But that wasn't even like an advantageous flip. It wasn't like you denied soul or anything. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're just trying to get little victories, and I think it feels like Spire is just so shaken up at this point. And like you said, it feels very, very different, because like when we watched game 1, it was like, okay, this is gonna be a very competitive series. And game 2 it was definitely Elysium favored, but it definitely was not as lopsided as games 3 and 4 have been, at least 4 so far. I feel like a lot more was kind of expected out of that after that game 1 performance, but Boostis will be, Boostis will be
times out here.
Target. Yeah, Ragnarok times out. Boostis, save the KD, save Kaisa. The undertow doesn't land. No, now Arrow's here. The Quill's missed. Oh boy. Okay, all right. We might be sprinting it, folks. We might be.
Two relatively free kills there you just picked up. Sure, you use Boostis ulti and flash there, but you don't mind that. You got 2 nice kills. You got some time here. Baron's not on the table, so you don't have to worry about enemies to commit all their bot lane, and you're at least getting some gold back from the tank here. Are you still 9k gold down?
Yes.
But you're not 9.5k or 10k, which is a better position to be in.
Yeah.
Oh,
all right. Now Boostis dot. Yep, that is. Good night. KDA Dream is dead. We finally killed Boostis. We've achieved our win condition, and now we can probably just wait for this Baron to spawn and then look to aggress the end of the game. So really, it's not a whole lot left to do for the side of Elysium other than go for this Baron. And I don't know what the Spire has in as of the ability to stop it. They can definitely go for a steal because they have Pinaholic. They've got the Ziggs, who is a great champion for stealing those big objectives, but you know, Elysium also have Cho'Gath, who is very good at securing those big objectives for themselves. So let's see. And the Mega Inferno Bomb was used for vision. And it is going to come down to an old-fashioned burger flip, but they are not allowing Witch Hat anywhere near this Burger King anymore. Knockup will not go through. Flash over the wall, and the flip is caught by Guster Posey, and that is going to be all she wrote for this fight, at least. Ao Pinguini will drop. Pinaholic and Boostis both still alive, but also both still out of base. That's going to be a Rupture and a dead Ziggs. The knockback's going to be good. Moonfall's going to land, and now actually close the gap onto Kaisa with the help of the Ziggs Satchel. And Guster Posey will pick up a doubler for themselves. Winfrey in the Death Realm finally kills Yi Ka, but just gets chomped down at like 2/3 HP. It is all over. In another pre-30-minute victory, Elysium closed the series in a dominating fashion after 4 games, have successfully slain the Spire.
Yep, pick that one on up here, and they will advance to the next round. Only gets tougher from here on out, but made the series look like a bit of a cakewalk post games 1 and 2 for the most part. So let's see if they can carry that momentum going into the following games of the season, postseason, I should say.
Yeah. So this is not double elim, so the Spire are out of contention for playoffs, which is certainly tragic. Of course, you never want to be that team getting knocked out in the first round, but at least getting there is more than nothing. And I feel like the Spire can't be too upset about their season. It wasn't too. They had a good run, and it just were not the superior team on the day. Elysium, I mean, Sofa looked so good this series. Yi Ka looked very good this series. Guster, after they got out of game 1, the entirety of Elysium just seemed to figure out their game plan, and we're all on the same page to execute successfully on it. And gotta commend that. It was very, very good from them.
Yeah, I mean, they recognized, hey, we need to be a little more aggro early on, and that's what they do. Time and time again, Spire kind of picking a little more heavy scaling compositions and just getting a little bowled over by that. So, congrats to Elysium once again here. I'm 3-1, pretty damn solid.
Yeah. With that said, I do not know if I don't think we have interviews lined up for
No, there's no
tonight.
interview.
So we're just gonna go ahead, and with that, we will be good for the evening. Thank you all for coming for tonight's stream, for watching this incredible match. Very exciting games, even though 3 and 4 were a bit stompy. Games 1 and 2 were still very exciting to watch. I had a good time. Thank you for having me on, even though I'm just filling in for Crewman. Crewman 44 will be back next week, of course, and I'll return to my prison that is the Draft League. Check it out on Monday. Every Monday for the real League of Legends action, where nobody's good at the game. Anything you'd like to say before we go for?
Yeah, thank you to everyone for viewing this series, and make sure to tune in tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern time, same time. It'll be Conduit versus Dorado, which will definitely be a fun series to watch. Dorado have their moments in both directions, so we'll see which direction they land on tomorrow. And once again, thank you all for watching. Thank you, Dory K, for subbing in for Wookie, who is away this week, even though Dory kind of forgot about that. We'll roast him a little. Dory was laughing a little. You guys missed it on stream because you don't hear Dory's mic. But hey, thank you all for watching. We'll catch you again tomorrow. Same time, like I said, make sure you tune in because you don't want to miss it. And that'll be it from us here on The Guest.
Dark clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stay